Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brewbuilt Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brewbuilt line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brewbuilt Conicals. You can trust Brewbuilt with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brewbuilt at morebeer.com.
This week's Sunday session is brought to you by homebrewing source of awesomeness online, More Beer at morebeer.com.
Feels like work. Shooting the shit for 2 hours, drinking beer and talking beer. What a wonderful experience.
Can we not have the barf bucket near my mixing board?
I think everybody could read the book.
I knew you were going to use this book as an excuse to quit doing this show.
Mrs. Bub, if you want, I can mail you the Bub Timer.
Yeah, Newcastle, especially in the can. Have you ever had it in the can? No, I've not had it in the can.
Notice I closed my eyes and I concentrated really hard.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
The old days of the BN are back. Chaos before the show. I haven't had chaos before a show, and it seems like years.
Well, you haven't had chaos before the show that wasn't caused by you in years.
Maybe that's the case.
Equipment failure?
User error that ended up in equipment failure.
Yeah, in the end, yeah.
I dumped a beer on the mixer.
I was going to say that.
That's been done before.
Is that new?
Well, luckily it was the guest mixer over here. It's your mixer. It's all you guys.
Is that why my microphone doesn't work over there?
Yeah, which luckily I have a backup of. I had it all packed up, ready to go to GABF. Had I dumped it on this guy over here, not only would we be out until we crowdsourced enough funds to buy a new broadcast mixer, but
Kickstarter.
Tonight's show would have been canceled entirely. There would be no show.
I thought you'd just go to Guitar Center, pick one up, and then return it.
Well, not anymore. I mean, they're
having a big sale.
We haven't There's pictures on the wall there, by the way.
We haven't gone that far back to the old days. That's how it used to be. Now the way the studio's wired. Anyway, nobody cares other than crisis averted. But it just resulted in chaos at the start of the show.
Yeah, Doc and I just roll in here. We didn't even know there was a crisis. We came in late.
Well,
you waited
I'm
for
good
us.
at crisis control.
I texted you early to see if we're going to pregame a little bit, and I'm swamped. That's all I got.
Oh, this was even before that, though. This happened literally 5 minutes to showtime. Moscow and I are talking about the show. I reach over to grab my beer, and it all dumps right onto the deal. We have lost a microphone though because of
that's all right.
Do I have to build a little dam around these things?
I think so, at least. Yeah, it's called plastic wrap. I literally probably should put plastic wrap over everything.
It's called brains.
I thought you have plastic wrap over everything. At home.
My phone gets text messages. I don't know if you were looking for someone to hang out with before the show. I'm just saying.
He was looking for somebody fun.
I haven't seen you in a few weeks. I thought you were dead.
I know guys. I know guys that say that to me all the time.
Look how far away my beer is.
Hey, you didn't invite me.
And look. Yeah, we're going to put the paper towels right in between.
Great. Now I'm gun shy. I'm afraid to drink on the show.
Of course you are.
It's going to be the most boring show ever.
I'll get you a sippy cup.
Why don't you just stand up and stand back?
Every time I have to drink, I'll stand up, I'll turn around, I'll face the corner of the room.
I never understood why it doesn't happen every show. There's a parade of people in and out of this place. Everyone's getting hammered.
And nobody has dumped it on there.
It's incredible.
Except for me. But come on.
You're in the driver's seat.
I'm the one who, they're all around me. I'm surrounded by them.
But we spill beer over here all the time. There's just nothing to mess up.
Yeah.
Think of all the rookies that have been in here.
I know. It is amazing that it doesn't. We really should just have cases of mixers down below.
Yeah, backups.
Just pull the next one up. Pull it out of the box.
Down in the storage. Well, anyway, I got us going. We're only like 5 minutes late. And we do
have cases of extras. We're using one right now.
We're using one right now. It sounds better than the last mixer, though. I'll give you that. It's the Mackie. That's why it's my good mixer.
Yeah, I sound really good in this one.
You sound sharp, Tasty.
I do.
Wow.
Give me a boner.
Yeah. Don't cut yourself.
Radio boner. That means it doesn't exist.
If I look away, Tasty, and you talk, I can get a boner.
All right.
And then you look back and it goes away.
I was...
Turn up the lights.
When I drink in San Francisco, almost every bar I go into, it's weird. I'll be talking to somebody that I ran into, or I'm just talking to people, and somebody will turn around and go like, "You're Tasty McDowell, right?"
The voice.
The voice. They can't recognize my voice. It's weird.
It's your boner voice.
Oh, it's happened to me. It's happened to me too.
We're all. Yeah.
I wonder if there's ever been any other guys in a bar slurring and someone goes, "Hey, you're Doc from the Brewing Network."
Yeah.
Well, no, because they're looking for somebody a lot shorter.
I didn't know you were tall and black and homeless. That's weird.
Yeah.
All right. We do got a great show planned for you today.
Yeah.
It's old school. Cut me off now.
All right.
Stop it.
You don't play the end. We like to thank our show sponsors.
If you'd have drank the beer instead of
no more liquid for you.
I've had one beer.
Yeah, you need more beer.
I'm not talking about drinking. I'm talking about just
in general
handling it.
I'm all loosey-goosey today. It is old school BN today in more ways than one. Not just the chaos before the show and me making stupid mistakes like dumping things onto mixers, but we got Jamil back on the show today, just like old times. He'll be here shortly because it's the finale of the Brewcaster Challenge.
Who's in that again?
Jamil versus Moscow.
Oh, yeah.
Also, I've invited, and I think he's going to come help us judge, our old friend Chris Graham from our sponsor, More Beer.
Hamster, awesome.
That's right. More Beer brings you this show and every Sunday session, whether they like it or not, and we're proud to have them as our sponsor. They've been here since day one. Graham hasn't even seen...
the studio.
I hesitate to call it the new studio. We've been here more than a year, but Graham's never seen it. He's also bringing two things that we've never seen.
His kids.
His babies. He's got twins.
I've never seen them either.
I was
just saying that the other day. I've never seen your kids. I'm
sorry. Doc, you and I are shitty friends.
Aren't we?
Because every time I see him, he's like, so you should probably meet my kids, man. And I'm like,
and you're like, yeah, bring them by the studio.
Yeah.
Bring them to me.
You're going to date one of them at some point.
You might as well meet them now.
Yeah, both.
I could date both, yeah, whatever.
One's a boy, one's a girl.
Right?
The times they are changing, fellas. So
just don't spill anything on them.
I wanted more judges for the Brewcaster Challenge, and I invited Graham, and he said he'll come down. And then he asked, he's like, "Is it all right if I bring the kids, or is that too much trouble?"
The studio is turning into a playground.
It is.
Well,
between Beeve and Terrence,
that little zoned off space.
Well, listen, they can't do more damage than I do.
Did you see what happened to Flabby last week?
Yeah, she knocked her head on the table, didn't she?
I saw that happen. It looked like a third eye by the time.
That was after just a minute after it happened.
Yeah.
What a fat baby.
And then there's they change those babies right on my couches and stuff. Like, can't you put down a newspaper or something?
Yeah, or 4 or 5 newspapers.
Can't you just? Aren't they like dogs in a way? Like if you put newspaper in the corner, they'll just go shit on that.
Yes. Well, yeah.
You have dogs toilet lick stuff up.
They're toilet training right now. Jackson is being toilet trained, so that's the time when you teach him to go wherever like a big boy does, right?
Right. Yeah.
So you can put
the newspaper.
Yeah, you can tell him to go to the newspaper and go. Terrence is telling me a story about how they're trying to get the kid to see how big people go to the bathroom, like how Terrence goes to the bathroom. So
they make him watch him shit?
Well, they don't close the door, and they just want it to be open, and I guess that's what you're supposed to do. And Terrence is like, I'm really uncomfortable about it. So when we were when we were in Disneyland last week, we were in the bathroom, and I'm telling him to use the little kid urinal, and I guess a guy peeing down the row, and Jack goes, "Daddy, he has a penis." Yeah, son, he does. He goes, "Daddy, he has a penis just like you do." And he's like,
"Wow,
all right, we're done here." So it could.
He doesn't make me touch his, but he has one.
Does it taste like yours?
That's too far.
I was thinking if I was the guy peeing and this kid's, I'd be a compliment. You'd be like, the black guy, right?
Terrence, you'd be like, "Yeah, I do."
Yeah, that's right.
Touchable.
Well, Well, you're supposed to encourage the young male children to watch other males go pee and teach them how to do it. No. Well, my friend's over, and he's in the bathroom, and he closes the door, and my oldest was learning. He's like, "Oh, because I want to watch you pee." No. He goes, "I want to watch you pee." He goes, "No, well, because my friend has a Prince Albert." And he has to sit down, otherwise it's like a rainbird.
It squirts all over. It's like a rainbird.
So he's no
path of least resistance.
So it was distract and redirect at that point.
Here, you can look at mine. Woo! Do a helicopter.
I didn't know Schumann at the time, where they could have had some make hamburgers and stuff on them.
That's just what you need.
How did this happen? Oh, Graham's bringing his kids back.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
So we got that
going on.
Are you sure
he is now?
We got the Brewcaster Challenge. The boys had to brew a black IPA, so what we've done is we've brought in Mitch Steele from Stone Brewing Company. He's going to be on the program here in a few minutes, and he's going to talk to us all about black IPAs. Of course, he's the author of the new book, IPA, did all the history of it. And black IPA being a recent discovery here, then he'll talk to us about that and what... In other words, he's going to tell us what it's supposed to taste like before we taste these jokers' beers and see if they got even close.
It was
well, because one of them's a new guy and the other one couldn't boil.
Yeah.
So who knows what's going to happen?
We got to judge this?
Don't badmouth my Moscow that way. I got big money on him.
You do.
Yeah.
You got money on. Who else is on?
I doubled down now.
I still need to vote.
Oh, you were gone.
I was gone.
When we voted last week.
Yeah,
did you listen to the show?
No.
We didn't get to hear the.
Are you kidding me?
The debate.
You're right.
You're at a
disadvantage.
You are at a disadvantage.
I already know exactly what I'm going with. I can only go with Moscow.
You're going to go with Moscow?
Absolutely.
Well, because he's going for
I need the points.
Mascarpone, who does that leave you with? Who's voting for you? Because I went Jamal on this one.
Yeah, you're the you and Doc were the only ones who went.
Because everyone needs points.
I'm correct.
No, I think he's going to have better beer.
I'm correct that Moscow is the underdog.
Yes.
Okay, 3-1, so it's big points.
I'm voting you. Put me down. Mark me.
Suze, you weren't here either.
No.
Go ahead and vote. Who or bet anyway. You're just betting.
I'm betting for the underdog.
Everyone's going for the points. They don't believe in you, Moscow.
What do you mean? That's
I believe in Moscow.
Don't be fooled. They don't believe in you. They just need the points.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
I don't have any delusions. They like the underdog. They need the points.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, Doc and I need the points too, but we know you're going to lose. So even with 1 point, we know we're going to come out ahead.
Then I'll have 1 point.
You didn't see me. I carried my beer in a keg out of Scotty. I'm like a pro practically.
Where the hell did you get a Scotty from?
Doc.
From Scotty.
Yeah, from Scotty.
Yeah.
You borrowed it. Attaboy. So you brought it good because we have a lot of tasters tonight. We've got some guests in from Canada who I'll let judge. We got Paul Brown here, who apparently won some shit yesterday.
He cleaned up,
no, I don't think he did.
Oh my God! Did you see that picture of him?
I don't even know what it was. What was the competition?
Oktoberfest.
Oh, it was a homebrew competition also.
Yeah.
You can pass him the mic if
Pretty
you want.
big fest. 74 entries
and three medals.
Really? What did you win, Paul Brown?
Well, you don't have to say now because Doc already told it for you. So
it was 3 beers I entered. So
and
I got
3 medals?
3 ribbons.
So you've heard.
What'd you get?
First place for a Kolsch.
Okay. Oh, nice.
First place for a...
How many other Kolsches were there? Come on, be honest.
Doc?
None?
There were only 74 beers in the whole competition.
I'm just proud.
They were proud. What category was it? Kolsch by itself? No, it was.
No, it had other.
Like ambers and light lagers together.
First place for Kolsch, yeah.
First place for a Rogan beer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How about that?
Now, see, I don't know if this guy entered his.
No, I didn't.
No, Doc didn't enter. Okay.
And second place for a Dunkelweizen.
Well, good job. That's a hell of a turnout.
And then
good job, Paul.
Just to add a little icing on the cake, the Kolsch got second best of show.
Wow. Very good. Congratulations, Paul Brown. Of course, Paul is the president of the local homebrew club Doze here.
Again?
And
Doze?
He's the president of Doze. And
he's our president.
And he's repping, I think, the club very well. He doesn't just walk the walk.
He's a brewer.
Yeah. He's talking the talk here with his beer. Good job.
You can't be president and be a schlep.
That's right. Got a long line of
There's a lot of work involved.
Past schleppy presidents.
Right. All right, so we'll talk to Mitch Steele here in just a few minutes. We're getting behind.
Yeah, we are.
I'll try to get us
behind.
Try to get us back ahead here. If you want to ask questions of our guest today, just hit the chat button on the homepage. Don't use the live stream chat because no one's paying attention to you over there. It's just like the rest of your life. If you want to talk to your friends here, go to the chat button on thebrewingnetwork.com. Susie's in there tonight. She'll take your questions and send them over to me. You can also call in 888-401-BEER, 888-401-BEER if you got questions that way. A couple of announcements for you. We are off to the Great American Beer Festival this week, so there will be no show next Sunday, but there will be tons of content coming through our live stream page. You can find it all over at, thebrewingnetwork.com/GABF. Thebrewingnetwork.com/GABF. Beginning Thursday afternoon, we'll be doing live video from the Brewer Studio Pavilion. That'll happen again Friday. It'll happen again Saturday. We'll also do the awards ceremony on Saturday. All streaming to you now in HD. We have upped our broadcast quality, assuming I don't fuck it up. You'll be able to watch in HD.
Don't drink around it.
So, thebrewingnetwork.com/GABF. I don't know that it's linking to the right place at this moment, but it will be by tomorrow. So, thebrewingnetwork.com/GABF. All right. Winter Brews Festival's coming up Saturday, January 25th. It's our fifth one. You guys believe that?
I don't like that.
The fifth one.
They've been better and better and better.
Every time.
They have to be.
It's back in Todos Santos Park in Concord, California, that is. And Forest Day is back to play.
Oh, nice.
He's great.
Also, Lucas, Ohio Patty is confirmed to play. We had him on the show a few weeks ago.
Should be good.
Yeah.
So we got a great music lineup.
Mm-hmm.
We're just starting to get the beer lineup. I've already talked to several different breweries, Lagunitas, guys like this. People know this fest now, so they send us the good stuff.
One of the better fests in our area.
For Heretic, maybe? Maybe can you get them?
Heretic, I'll try.
Will Four Friends and Sam play set?
Ooh, no. They would really round out that bill.
I think so too. It could be like the VIP session,
right? Yeah. Maybe like a small acoustic set with no amplification or microphones.
Right. I got acoustic bass. I'm all right with it. Let's do it.
No, I doubt it.
You're lame.
I doubt that's going to happen. Ticket information will be forthcoming, but mark the date. Saturday, January 25th, right here in Concord. It's a good time.
Oh, and by the recent changes in the California ABC laws, it looks like we can advertise that we're going to have home brew.
So what I'm so happy about that, and I do hope it takes effect by then. I need to look into this.
It's effective 1st of January.
I was going to have to sit down with Tasty and cancel Tasty's tasting
we were
room
canceled
this year.
Oh, yeah.
Because even the sort of under-the-radar thing wasn't going to work out anymore.
No.
And I was dreading having that conversation.
No, I already knew it wasn't going to happen. We don't have to have the conversation with me. I knew we weren't going to be able to do it.
Because we had gotten an unwritten okay from the ABC. But each ABC office reacts a bit differently to these things. And at several places throughout the rest of the state of California, they were actually coming down with specific written no's, and that they would come in and stop the whole fest and pull the license and everything if homebrew was being served. So really, only this one person had we gotten this kind of verbal okay, as long as we didn't advertise that we were doing it. Well, that just wasn't enough reassurance anymore, because if another office or another person came in, we could have lost our whole festival.
It sounds like it wasn't really reassurance to begin with. You're just kind of rolling the dice a little bit.
We were rolling a little bit. But I had a name, and I was going to be like, hey, this guy at the office, he's the one. You know, it would have worked out. It wouldn't have been pretty, but it would have worked out. But this year, that wasn't going to happen because they've cracked down. Well, at the same time, the governor of California signed into law this new deal that homebrew can be donated for sale, to be sold to nonprofit events and nonprofit organizations, as long as said nonprofit organization's primary focus isn't a homebrew club.
I thought it was
a homebrew club.
Wasn't it a health issue that you couldn't sell homebrew because of the no?
Never was. It was more just we can't be letting people make alcohol and sell it willy-nilly.
Right. It's about licensing and people having control over it.
It was never a public health issue.
And we have been doing it where we couldn't advertise it. Had to be, you couldn't expect homebrew when you get there. So it was kind of under the whole radar thing, and you had to serve it in different cups and everything else.
Right. But even that was just sort of still a verbal okay. But now this new law essentially says I'm allowed to pour homebrew at Winterfest.
Full pours in the festival glass.
In the festival glass.
Tasty's
tasting room should be bigger than ever.
We can advertise it.
And it wasn't Tasty's tasting room that they came down on. It was a thing in Napa.
Oh, yeah. No, they never came down on us.
We're just feeling that...
We're the golden child.
Yes.
Of beer festivals. It's the only thing we're the golden child for. Everything else we're the shitheads that they stick in the corner. But somehow this festival, we've always gotten away with anything we want to do.
So anyway, I'm going to do a double-sized booth this year.
Do it. It's all yours, man.
Big, yeah.
It could be manned. It could be beard. It'd be insane.
Right.
How much is the homebrew going to go for? $5 a glass? $6?
It's the most popular booth in the whole festival. I don't care
pay you to drink
who's pouring there. We have more customers than everybody else. Because we have more different beers that you can't get anyplace else, right?
Great. Now
they're not marketable.
Give Tasty a cut. The fucking thing.
Yeah.
Because the management cut?
I got to call the governor about this new law.
Really?
All right. So that's coming up Saturday, January 25th. We'll have more info as we go. Dr. Homebrew is on iTunes, and it's on the On Tap page right there on our homepage. So download, subscribe to it. You can just go to thebrewingnetwork.com/Dr. Homebrew. .xml, and that's how you subscribe. Or you can just search Dr. Homebrew in iTunes and make it easy on yourself and subscribe to it there. I got a new one coming. It's going to go up late tonight, actually. Otherwise, it's going to be a week before it goes up. So a new one will be up tonight. You can support the BN by shopping at Amazon like you normally do. Just click the Amazon link on our homepage and then go shop. And we get a little cut of your cash. Do we have an Amazon product of the week?
Yeah, and it's one that for which there really doesn't need to be a description. It's Grand Theft Auto 5, and I'm including that because there have been 12 copies already bought through the BN link. And it's only the 6th of the month, which is really not an illustration of the success of the Amazon program so much as it is the success of this freaking video game. It's unbelievable.
Well, didn't the game make like $1 billion in 6 days?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
it made $800 million in one day on its release.
I can't.
Have you guys played it or watched it?
No.
I've been playing the fucking shit out of it.
Too.
I know you have. I know
I'm friends
you
with
have.
your kids online.
I watch my kids play. I go, JP's playing the fuck out of this.
Did you already destroy his kids? No,
because we never really. Well, a couple of years ago, I dominated.
In this,
we
haven't. They don't hang in the same posse.
Yeah,
but
which is probably a good thing.
Oh, I asked.
So if JP's hanging out with a bunch of 13-year-olds all the time.
That's my online persona. I'm 13. I tune my pitch up a little bit, and then I talk a bunch of shit to people.
I'm JP. I'm from Loma Linda, California, and I love Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, I love it. People get so mad. Like, I will beat the fuck out of you, little kid. I go, I'm 13 years old.
Why would you?
I don't care. I go, prove it. You wouldn't be saying that to my face. I go, I'll tell you where I live. I don't care. I live on Pennsylvania Avenue. I go, where?
1600.
Washington, D.C. Where? 1600. Come find me. I will be outside.
Right. You're going to get a bunch of kids shot.
I know. It'd be great.
Oh, no. You don't need guns to keep you safe.
You need laws.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
I've been playing the crap out of it, too. And I've been a big fan of this series, always. But this is the first one. It feels a little weird. It feels a little sick.
Why? Because you're in your fucking 30s now, and you don't need to be sitting around playing video games all day?
No, I'll play NHL all day and night.
Oh. Right.
No, it's the content. It's just so real, and there's so many stories on the news now where, like, there's a sniper in Washington, D.C., or there's a mass shooting at the Navy Yard or whatever, and it's now you're going and doing it in the game, which was fine in 2001, but now these stories are every 3 days on Google News. Another one of these comes up, and it isn't funny anymore. I don't know.
Can't you, like, bang hookers and stuff, too? I've never played this
fun.
game.
Yeah, that's still good.
That's still
you get a BJ, and
you can virtually get a BJ.
Moscow used to be a black guy with an attitude.
Feels weird.
Yeah, I know.
Very strange.
Wait, he's not?
And an Italian guy.
Well, keep buying Grand Theft Auto through Amazon if you click our link first. It boggles my mind how much money these games make.
It's incredible.
Well, and FIFA 14 came out recently, and that
was that soccer?
Unseeded, yes, Grand Theft Auto in the UK for the top sales.
Of course it did. It's the UK.
Really?
Yeah.
People play soccer on the video game?
Yeah, it's real hard. I prefer hockey and shooting whores.
Not necessarily in that order.
No.
All right.
Video games.
iPhone and Android apps are available. Just search BN Mobile. You can listen to this show on the go. Watch all this live over at thebrewingnetwork.com/TV. And that's our live stream page. Subscribe and join the BN Army. You're entered into the More Beer monthly donation giveaway, where we draw a name and give away $100. It's a gift certificate to More Beer. Just become a recurring donor in the BN Army by clicking the donate button. Get all this and more over on Twitter and
blah blah.
Scott the Jew is available, Scott@thebrewingnetwork.com. That's where you send your show ideas. Send feedback to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. Do we have a Twitter game?
We do.
Twitter game is brought to you today by Austin Homebrew Supply, our good friends over in Austin. I'm going to be out there in just a few weeks.
Why?
In 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah, why is that?
It's a friend's wedding.
Whatever.
Not even Kate the Great's friend's wedding.
Oh.
You know how you have to go to other people's weddings?
Bullshit.
You have other friends in Austin. You could just...
I do.
Yeah. Just phone them up and...
Austin's a fun place in general. Plus, I would like to go and check out Austin Homebrew Supply. They're a sponsor of ours for quite a while now, and I want to go see what they're all about. So, Austin Homebrew Supply brings you today's Twitter game, which is what?
Well, with the whole government shutdown, a portion of it shut down anyway, right now in the news, I wanted to know what people would do with their lives if the BN shut down for some reason over a protest. Like, for example, Jay decided, let's not go on air because you guys aren't doing XYZ or whatever.
Or not go on air because somebody spilled something somewhere.
Well, that would be too legitimate. And it has to be illegitimate. It has to be a stupid reason.
People start bitching about their salaries around here.
Right, there we go.
And just halt everything.
And I have to pull us off the air for a labor strike. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, we're entitled to benefits.
Yes.
Great. $10,000 an employee per year. Or I could just pay a couple grand in penalties, per employee.
Tough decision.
Yeah.
Tough decision.
Hey, I
think even I'm smart enough to figure that one out.
I need some Obamacare right now.
Some Crossley care.
It's Crossley care.
Crossley care.
Today...
That's a much better ring to
You guys don't even know it. You've been on the Crossley care plan for 8 years. You've been on the... It's
which
zero...
is basically fuck it.
Yeah. It's like, if something happens, I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
You feel like you got something, but, you didn't get nothing.
Crossley care is, let's just go out for a beer and talk about it.
Yeah.
That's Crossley care.
And we leave feeling good.
Yeah. And when I'm done with you, you're like, you know what? That was good. It's fine. I'll keep showing up.
I'll do another
nothing.
show.
Yeah. That's Crossley care. See, these politicians could learn a thing or two from me. Instead of bickering all the time, just take each other out for a beer.
Wait, aren't you on like some board or some crap or something?
I am,
Mr. Politician.
I am. I'm practically a politician on the American Homebrewers Association board. Today's Twitter game reminds me a little bit of last week's Twitter game, JP, which I couldn't conclude because I didn't know how to look on Twitter or compile the answers.
You just go to Twitter.
Or I couldn't figure that out.
Did we finish it out?
We didn't. I said we would come back to it this week. My hope was that maybe JP would have noticed a bunch of things coming in. It's similar to this game.
Yeah.
It was, you were sick.
Yeah.
So my thought was, if JP dies of this illness, which I know you were worried about, you always are.
Or you would have come right to work.
Yeah. What will you miss most about JP?
Oh.
So
I was wondering, because let me guess, you didn't actually put it on Twitter.
No, I didn't know how to do that.
So we only got two answers.
Well, can we hear them?
One, if I remember correctly, one was from Nico, says JP who.
Okay, good.
And then
winner.
Yes. And then the other one was his hands. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now?
Let me see. You do have large hands.
They're pretty.
They're not nice or anything.
No, they're not.
But would you miss him if he was gone?
You know what? I bet they're soft and supple. Because
look at his hands. They're freakish.
Here. Everyone, internet, high five. High five me.
He looks like a giant.
I am a giant.
He is a giant.
Yeah.
Like from Jack and the Beanstalk.
Yeah.
This is a normal-sized pen. I don't know.
And what's weird about your hands? They sort of look like rough and callous, but you've never done physical labor in your life.
That's not true.
He pets his cats a lot.
Yeah,
but they're soft.
Are they soft? Touch them. Caress my hands.
I can't do it.
Why not?
I just can't.
Scott,
not over the soundboard.
Caress my hands.
Yeah.
Ew.
They're soft. Right?
Well, are your hands soft? Are your hands like worn and calloused like a fucking construction dart?
No.
I'll bet one of his hands is really soft.
I do keep it in
a lot of lotion on it, a lot.
This one.
Rubs it in good.
I don't get it.
You got the softest hand in the West.
All right, so what is this week's Twitter game? Nico's the winner, by the way, of last week's Twitter game.
Oh, by the way.
What would you do if the BN had a shutdown as well?
There we go.
Yeah.
What would you do?
Something like that.
Great.
And Twitter that in. Go to Twitter and whatever.
Tweet.
Okay.
It's hot in here.
Feedback.
I don't have time.
Doc,
I think we're going to have to...
There's never anything near feedback.
It boggles my mind why Doc ever cares that feedback is at the beginning or that I just don't.
He's waiting for someone to say, "I love Doc."
It's nonsensical.
It's just the best part of the damn show.
And it should be at the beginning.
Leave.
It should be in the important part where people are still like coherent.
Right.
That's a fairly good point.
By the start of this show, that is not going to be how feedback goes tonight.
I'm guessing no.
Yeah. All right. I got to get to a break because we've got Mitch Steele waiting for us. We're going to take a little break. When we come back, we're going to talk about Black IPA. That's right, Black IPA with Mitch Steele, getting us ready for the Brewcaster Challenge showdown between Moscow and Jamil. We'll be right back. It's The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network. Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zainasheff, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zainasheff. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines, so I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in the can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack can.
A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeast, White Labs is proud to announce WLP 90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP 90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial.
Hi, I'm Jason Harris, the proud owner here at Keystone Homebrew Supply. We're thrilled to be entering our 20th year of supplying this great industry, and to show you, the Brewing Network Army, how much we appreciate your support, we're offering you 10% off your first order on our website, KeystoneHomebrew.com. Just use coupon code BNARMY at checkout, and I'll get your order out the same day. My goal at Keystone Homebrew Supply has always been to have a complete supply of everything a brewer could want. When you place your order online or when you come into our store, it's our goal to have everything on your list and more. One aspect of KeystoneHomebrew.com that we're really excited about is the ability to fulfill customers' exact grain bills. Do you hate to wait? Keystone Homebrew Supply can get your precious yeast and hops to you within just one day if you live between Connecticut and Virginia, and within 2 days east of the Mississippi. KeystoneHomebrew.com. Coupon code BNARMY. I'm Jason Harris, and I approve this message.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
The session.
Brewing up our next batch of radio gold.
Right now.
Yeah, that's right. Welcome back to the program. Thanks for hanging out with us. We got a lot to do today. It's kind of a black IPA show, but more importantly, it's a Brewcaster Challenge show where we've got Jamil taking on our very own Moscow. It's going to be interesting. If you remember right, Jamil was not allowed to boil in his brewing.
That's right.
In his brewing process, and
what's your prediction?
That's how we sort of evened it out.
Clearly, you're going with Jamil, but
I predict
how do you think?
He's gonna pull it out of his hat, and I don't know how, but he does that. You know, Jamil likes to pretend. Oh, I don't really do anything. I don't really pay much attention to it. It just happens that way, and I don't think that's true. I don't think Jamil knows how to lose. I don't know that Jamil has lost anything since he was like 13 years old.
Well, he did lose his gallbladder a few years ago. So
yeah,
think of that one.
Well, in the meantime, to teach us a little bit about the style, because it's a little controversial, it's somewhat mysterious. Most
of them suck.
It's at least varied. We've got our good friend Mitch Steele from Stone Brewing Company on the program to talk to us about it. How you doing, Mitch?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing good, too. Thanks for being on the show with us, man.
Oh, you bet.
I know it's football day for you, so I know you're making a little sacrifice for us.
Hey, no problem.
All right.
Yeah, the Raiders are on late today.
Yeah, I'll catch them later.
Sure.
I can predict the outcome for the game if you want.
No, that's okay.
All right.
Yeah, just leave it alone.
Raider fans know how that works.
Now, Mitch Steele, of course, is the brewmaster down at Stone Brewing Company, but he's also the author of the recent IPA book, which sold very well in our store, and is a fantastic, atlas about IPAs, and really talking about the history of them and you know where that came from and their progression up all the way up until now. It's a fine read put out by Brewers Publications, and we thought, look, if we're going to talk about black IPA, which at least on this show we don't do very well when we talk about things like black IPA, because half of us hate them, the other half doesn't know what they are, the other one thinks that there's something that they're not supposed to be, and so we thought we had to bring in a pro, and so we brought in Mitch. So, Mitch, do you realize that your friend Jamil has had to take on my producer, Scott Moskowitz, in a brew-off of black IPA?
Yeah, wish I was there to taste the results.
No, you don't.
Okay. Maybe not.
Right. I wish that as well, actually. I would love to have you judge this. And then just to throw it out there, it has nothing to do with your discussion of the style, except that maybe you could give some predictions. to kind of even the playing field, since Jamil is not only now a professional brewer, but is one of the most decorated home brewers of all time, Scott, we allowed him to omit one part of the brewing process, and in this case, it was the boil.
I tried for yeast, but they tell me that can't be done.
Right.
Yeah, but the boil can?
Well, so Jamil agreed, all right, F it, I'll give it a shot with no boil.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's a pretty critical part, you know?
It is, right? I mean, and that's something maybe you can talk to us about in terms of any IPA, but with a black IPA, you know, things like hop isomerization in the kettle and, getting that bitterness that you need, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big ways to get it, because you need to heat those alpha acids to isomerize them and get the bitterness and get them soluble and all that kind of good stuff. So I'm curious to understand how Jamil pulled this off without boiling his wort.
We will find out.
Yeah, you're assuming that he pulled it off. We don't know that for sure.
Yeah, fair enough.
Right. Well, can you tell us a little bit about the genesis of the style, Black IPA?
Yeah, there's a couple of ways to look at it. I think, when I was doing the research for the book, one of the things that I found out was that, number one, that dark beers were sent on a fairly regular basis to India, porters that were dry hopped in casks and things like that. But there were also a couple of beers in the 1800s that were brewed by brewers like Bass that were basically a black IPA. And if you looked at the recipe, it was very heavily hopped, not a whole lot of dark malt in it, but just enough to give it a black color, which is kind of what a black IPA, most people think of what it is. So there is some historical precedence for this as a style. But my understanding and where I learned the style originated was in Vermont in the early 1990s at the Vermont Pub and Brewery, which is in Burlington. And they were brewing this very bitter, black, hoppy beer that they did it a couple of times, and then it kind of got put into their archive. And then when John Kimmick, who now owns The Alchemist and brews Heady Topper, he started off brewing at the Vermont Pub and Brewery, and he found that recipe and refined it a little bit and started brewing it. And that was in, I believe it was the mid-1990s. And I was living back in New England in the early 2000s, and I remember tasting the very first black IPA I ever saw. It was right before I actually left Anheuser-Busch and came to Stone. And it was brewed by Sean Hill, who owns Hill Farmstead Brewery now, but at the time he was brewing at a place called The Shed in Vermont, and he had this black IPA that I just became very intrigued with the style. And so, when I started researching the book, I reached out to Sean, and he kind of told me about the Vermont Pub and Brewery connection and hooked me up with John Kimmick, and I ended up going out to New England and spending a bunch of time with these guys and just talking about how this style evolved over time.
So I feel like from that description that I'm still unclear if whether or not the black part of black IPA is just an aesthetic or if it actually has some contribution to the flavor of the beer.
It does. You're going to get some roast character if you use black malt. The key with a black IPA, though, is to keep that kind of underneath the hops, and to do that, because you want it to be an IPA. To me, an IPA means it's going to be hoppy as all get out, and so to accomplish that, you can't use your regular black malts or roasted barleys or chocolate malts because those are too intensely flavored, and they tend to conflict with the hops. And so, one of the early versions that I became aware of used Cinnamar, which is a black malt extract that was added in the Whirlpool, and that was Pizza Port in Carlsbad that did that. And the one that we brewed at Stone in 2007, we used dehusked black malt from Germany, which gives you a nice dark color, but a pretty subtle roasted character, so that it allows the hops to really shine. And to me, that's the key to a successful black IPA.
Okay, Go ahead, Tasty.
Well, to me, the success is it doesn't taste like its color. Is basically what you're saying, right?
Yeah, to a certain extent.
Which to me makes the style to be sort of an oxymoron. Like, why? It's not even a style to me.
Yeah, I hear that a lot too, you know. But, you know, the way I always kind of fall back on it is, well, okay, if I'm going to buy a black IPA, I know what I'm going to get. I'm going to get a dark beer that's really hoppy. And so it to me, even though it's oxymoronic, it's still a good description of what the beer is and what you can expect when you buy one.
It is. It's just those that put the roast in are making a beer that's not that good because, like you're saying, the roast and the hops just don't go together, especially the West Coast citrus hops. I assume in the early versions back east, the citrus hops weren't that prevalent, right? So those may have been better beers, is what I'm thinking.
It's possible. You know, I think the Vermont pub, I think they were using Goldings and Cluster.
So that'd be perfect
like
for that beer.
You know, but John Kimmick definitely brought in some West Coast hops into the process. And yeah, you're right. You know, when you use roasted malt or chocolate malt and West Coast hops, to me that doesn't work quite as well. And that's why I like using the Carafa, the dehusked black malt,
right, or the Cinnamar. Yeah.
So I feel like a good test would have been to have two IPAs in front of us. One, a well-made IPA, and one, by Mitch's definition anyway, just for the hypothesis, a well-made black IPA,
right,
which has some character of the black malt but doesn't overpower the hops like an IPA should be. And then we should have had us blind taste the two. Like, and by blind, I mean literally blindfolded.
I agree.
And then see if any of us could have, or what the ratio even would have been, who picks out the regular IPA and the black IPA. Of course, we would have to have agreed ahead of time, this is a quality black IPA that seems to fit the standards. It has some of the character of the malt, but it doesn't overpower the hops. And this is a great IPA that's an IPA. And that's that.
Because if it's well done, I bet a regular IPA could fool you. Like we're drinking the
Sublimely Self-Righteous from Stone Brewing,
and it has a very sharp bitterness. And I think if you don't know it's a black IPA, and if you're not looking at it, you would take a second and go, well, is that a little bit of roast character, or is it a
right,
is it hop bitterness, or what is that like?
See, and I agree with you. And in fact, it's this beer, Mitch, that I have in front of me that made me think about the blind test, because knowing that it's black, this is a black IPA, as you would describe it, right? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Let me just make sure we got that straight.
What I brew is not a black IPA; it's a green IPA.
Well, I feel like in tasting it, I'm getting a little something more than just a standard IPA. But then I thought, could I do that blindly? And that's where I'm questioning myself. I might just go, I don't know, I think this is maybe just another good IPA from Stone.
Yeah.
And could I pick that out against another beer that doesn't have the black malt in it? And
I'd like to know how
it might be tough, you know, doing it blind, because you know we've definitely made this beer so that the roast malt is underneath the hops, and so it's a little hard to find.
No. Mitch, would this beer be more like crystal malt loaded as well?
You know what? We use a very small amount of crystal malt.
So what you would typically use in a yellow IPA is about what you'd use in this beer?
Yeah, typically what we did with this beer, and some of the best ones that I've tasted across the country, tend to approach it like an IPA recipe, except just throwing in 4 to 5% of this dark malt.
Yeah. Okay.
And everything else about it is very standard IPA.
So those are the part, and the reason I'm interested in some sort of taste test is, you know, there's a big part of me that's inclined to agree with Tasty, that it's just kind of a style that's there for aesthetics and to give us something else to talk about and to mess around with, but that it's not necessarily all that different than an IPA. Doc, what do you think?
Oh, I think it's just opening up another avenue for there to be another
level,
or maybe another category,
right? Which is what it did, in a sense, right? Did it get added to BJCP, Jamil, as a category?
Well, they're in the process of working on the next update of the style guide, and the scuttlebutt is that they're looking at doing kind of an other IPA category. So IPA would be, you know, your English IPA, your American IPA, your double IPAs, and then there'd be kind of another IPA, a red IPA, black IPAs, things like that. Belgian IPAs.
See, even if the difference is subtle, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with another style, a different kind of IPA. But if the difference is purely visual in then I don't know that I just feel like F it. Why is it? I don't know.
Except we're talking, we're preaching. I mean, as far as a consumer, they should. Black IPA is just wonderful for them. They like it. It's a style.
Well, you're right.
They sell a lot of black IPA. It's just something that people sometimes like
it's
to have
fun.
dark beer.
And that's fine.
Yeah,
if the only reason is that it's fun, then that's good enough anyway.
It's a waste of thing for us, but not them. We're not them. We're the 10%. They're the 90%.
We're getting pigeonholed into certain things. That's not this. That's not that. And we've only got this many categories it's in.
Yeah.
I like that they're opening it up to. It's just a start. Oh, it's just like this, but it's just black. Then we can start pushing the envelope on this whole category.
Well, it reminds me of a famous Jamil quote that we've used here on the BN, and that's where Jamil says, "Oh, homebrewers tell me all the time, I don't brew to style. I brew a Pilsner, but it's black." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a Schwarzbier."
Right.
And so, Jamil, is there a big difference in the flavor of a Schwarzbier from a normal, yellow lager, a Pilsner, or a German lager?
Yeah, there generally is, and it could be, more of a malty background, or it could be something. And I think, like Mitch is saying, there is a flavor difference. It's subtle, but when you use those dehusked black malts, they still contribute some flavor to the beer. You still get some effect.
Right.
And so I think that it isn't exactly just an appearance thing. If you close your eyes, you wouldn't know type of thing.
Okay. And I feel like I'm picking up those nuances in this beer. I think Sublimely Self-Righteous is a good example of that.
Uh-huh.
I just wonder if I'm fooling myself because I can see it in the glass as black, right? And so I go, it must have, because these
Some of
things,
that is, yeah.
because these visual things they can trick us. They're very powerful.
Well, to me, the beer is like brighter because it's got a lower pH, which I assume that's because it's using the dark malts.
Take it from somebody that hates IPAs, and I love roast. Any kind of beer that has roast in it.
Okay.
I picked this up.
You do taste it.
Oh, yeah, right away.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So, Mitch, could you give us maybe, and you've sort of done it in the style description too, but maybe just kind of hammer it home. We're about to taste, in a little while, we're going to taste 2 black IPAs from these guys. What kind of things should we be looking for to pick the better one?
Yeah, okay. I think, with a black IPA, I think, number one, the hops need to be pronounced and very forward. That needs to be the first thing you get off the aroma.
After the show, buddy.
Would you like to borrow my gun?
I think we've lost Mitch entirely.
It's not your fault. Really.
It might be.
Keep your hands on top of the counter.
Right. Remove all sharp objects from behind the desk.
And liquid.
It's okay. The audio is so clear. If it's just one failure, well, it's the second failure, really. But everything's fine, everybody. Just relax. There will be no suicide watch tonight.
We're professional.
I doubt that.
I'm okay.
I'm calling Mitch back right now. We'll see if we can get him back on there.
In the meantime.
Clearly, it was his connection, not ours.
Well, yeah.
We're professionals.
We have a great internet. And
Can we talk about Adam and Eve?
Oh, I do need to do an Adam and Eve thing. I just wonder if I should do it right in the middle.
Probably.
Of such a great quality interview.
I know you hate dead air time.
Here he is. Hey, Mitch.
Hey, I don't know what happened there, but
I don't know either. But you can go ahead and start again because you cut off right at the very beginning. What should we be looking for to choose the better black IPA?
The first thing is hops. It's an IPA, and so the hops need to be very pronounced and very forward. And then, in my mind, what makes a really good black IPA is just the subtle roast character, that we've been talking about that differentiates it from a golden IPA. It's got to have substantial bitterness as well. But to me, and I've tasted a few black IPAs that just tasted like hoppy porters, and that's not what you want, at least in my mind. In my mind, it's got to be an IPA, except it's just got that little hint of roast.
Okay. Do you think that there's a chance now, knowing that Jamil couldn't boil? Do you think there's a chance that he can't get that hop character that you're talking about without being able to isomerize hops in the kettle?
Well, it depends on how crafty he was, I think. There are ways to accomplish getting bitterness into beer without boiling the hops, but it's kind of the realm of the bigger brewers and not really the realm of craft brewers. So I don't know.
You mean things like hop extracts? Yeah, being able to put a little liquid extract in there and get a little bitterness.
Isomerized pellets or something like that. Now, the one thing that I will say is that hop isomerization occurs, as soon as you hit about 185 degrees Fahrenheit. So, if you're not boiling but you're allowed to heat the wort, you can get some bitterness in there.
So that he was allowed to. In fact, Jamil did mention that in the beginning, that some of these things happen at lower temperatures. I do find it interesting, that, Mitch, that you bring up things like extracts. Though we hadn't brought that up. We hadn't mentioned that there are things you can drop into the beer. Right?
It would not be disallowed. It's a normal part of home brewing.
Yeah, Scott didn't think through this enough. He should have.
And no extracts.
Hey, I tried for yeast.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll be now. Of course, Jamil will have to at some point tonight reveal all of his methods, and so hopefully we'll get to learn if he just did some of these lower temperature things and let it happen that way, or if he had some additions. We'll find out. And then, so while we have Mitch on, just because he can contribute to the style of that you brewed, Moscow. How did you brew it? Extract?
Yeah, with some steeping grains.
So what was the extract that you used?
It was 9 pounds of ultralight malt and then a pound of DME.
Okay, so all of your color to get it black just came from the steeping grains.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, I used the Paul Sangster method with the carafa because he was like, "Don't boil it. Try it." Remember, I think I mentioned it briefly, and you were like, "Did you mean a tea?"
Make a tea out of carafa.
So what I actually did was I just boiled some water and then let it cool down. I added the carafa to the water and then put it in a pitcher in my fridge and let it sit for a couple of days. And then I added that through a coffee filter into secondary.
Into the ferment.
Right? Yes.
It's like doing Cinnamore, basically. You made your own Cinnamore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mitch, what do you think? Is that going to give... Do you think that has the potential to give him some of the malt characters he's looking for?
Yeah, and keep it subtle as well. I remember when I was doing the research for the book, and one of the people I talked to was Larry Sidor, who's a great brewer up in Bend. He was brewing for Deschutes at the time, and he when he brewed a dark IPA, and he was calling it Cascadian Dark. So he was throwing the black malt on top of the grain bed in the lauter, so it wasn't even going through the mashing process, and he was just picking up the color that way, and it lends itself to a subtle roast character.
Okay. Did you ever get involved in the Cascadian or black IPA debate? Do you have a preference either way?
Yeah, I have a preference. I get why people want to call it Cascadian Dark, and I think if you're brewing it in Oregon or Washington, that's fine. But to me, my big argument against that is the naming convention is that the beer didn't even originate in that part of the world. It originated in the Northeast, and they were some of the proponents of the Cascadian Dark name were trying to lay claim to the origin of the style, which I thought was misguided. It wasn't quite correct, and it didn't recognize the real pioneers of the style. It's interesting because I was talking with Jeff Bagby about this, before I published the book, and he had just spent a whole bunch of time in Oregon, and he actually feels that Cascadian Dark Ale is different than Black IPA. And, when he's talking Black IPA, he's looking at it the same way I am, just a very subtle roasted character and very hop forward. And in his mind, the beers that were called Cascadian Darks up in Oregon and Washington were a little bit heavier on the roast character and a little bit more malt forward, and the hops were more in the blend as opposed to being in the forefront.
Okay. Jamil, will you call your beer tonight a black IPA or a Cascadian Dark Ale?
Whatever you want me to call it. I'll call it liquid in the glass.
You don't give a shit. Moscow, do you have a preference of how we label your beer?
Yeah, I'm going with American Black Ale.
Okay, fine.
That's racist.
See, they can do anything they want here, Mitch. I don't care.
You know what? I remember Dr. Lewis at UC Davis saying, "Hey, if you're a brewer, you can call the beer whatever you damn well please, and don't worry about it." And I always kind of took that to heart.
Yeah, that's not a bad piece of advice. All right, Mitch Steele, ladies and gentlemen, you can find him on a day-to-day basis down at Stone Brewing Company. Also, you can read his book, IPA. It's available through Brewers Publications. You can find it on Amazon, or you can go over to brewersassociation.org and shop directly through them and find the book. Mitch, you going to GABF this week?
You know what? I'm not. I'm taking a break this year after many years, and just because I've been traveling a whole bunch and I need to spend a couple of weeks at home.
Got it. Well, good for you. I don't blame you, man.
You should see Tasty has a disgusted look on his face.
Yeah, I know. I'm wimping out.
Tasty's lost another one of his
I'll have
bros.
to find a new friend, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll be back next year.
Right.
There we go. All right, Mitch, thank you for your time, and thanks for the education.
Oh, thank you. It's been fun.
Cheers. We'll see you soon.
Cheers.
There you go. Mitch Steele, Stone Brewing Company, and a good source on Black IPA. I think we've got our work cut out for us, JP. We've got a couple pointers of what we should be looking for in these two beers. And
well, I think after that Stone beer, I'm a little skewed, and my palate's fatigued, so I don't think I'll be of any use to this competition. So I'm going to bow out in judging.
Well, we might need to do a little palate cleanse, because his is a pretty gnarly black IPA, isn't it? It's got a lot of flavor on the palate.
Ones, no doubt.
I really like it. In fact, it's one of the few I really mean it, Tasty, that I tend to agree with you on this style, that it's sometimes just a visual thing. But every now and then there's one like this, and it has some actual characters in there that I wouldn't find in a normal IPA. At least I think so.
Well, yeah.
But the blind taste
It
might
has
fool us.
chocolate character, is what.
Yeah.
And it has a mouthfeel. Bigger mouthfeel. I mean, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to imagine the beer as yellow when I drink it, and I just can't get there. It just has more body than that.
And does it have, Jamil, some of the acrid qualities that a darker beer like this normally has?
No, I don't think so, and I don't think it's also it avoids being porter like or stout like.
It does
some
do
of
that.
these. I can't stand the examples that are really hoppy porters or really hoppy stouts. That's I don't think that's black IPA or American Black Ale or Cascadian Dark or whatever you want to call it. I think like Tasty's saying, maybe there's a hint of chocolate. There's a hint of that it's darker.
Yeah,
that it's maybe maltier a little bit in character, and but not towards the porter side. And I think that this is a good example.
Okay.
It shouldn't be called IPA. I like Moscow's American Black Ale.
Is that what you would call this one?
It's an American ale.
That's a better name.
But it's black because by definition, you can't have a black IPA
unless it's February.
If it's black, well,
you can't say pale and black. And
if it's black, then it defeats it transcends the category of IPA, and so it's stupid.
Well, except that Mitch was kind of saying...
Mitch is dumb. I'm just kidding.
Now, he wasn't exactly calling them IPAs, but he was saying that historically, that IPAs being sent east could be very dark. They also could be black. So
sure, but
I think only by maybe the
BJCP
style guideline, then you're right.
Yes, but that's what we're going on, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So I like American Black Ale.
Yeah, I do too.
And Doc, you're more comfortable with that? Use that device.
It's pushing kind of like brown ales. We have American brown and we have English brown. And there's two kind of different things, and we're pushing the hops. It's dark. It's not Schwartz beer by any means.
Yeah,
but it's just got the whole American take on it.
Okay.
So I
call Evil Twin a red IPA? Will that fall under that category if that gets put into the BJCP? Yep. It will, Jamil. Yeah. It would be
American Red Ale. I like that better.
Mm-hmm. No, but there is already an American Red Ale, isn't there? Oh, that's just Amber Ale, isn't it? It's not American Red Ale. It's
they call them Ambers, Reds, and there's.
But yours is not an Amber Ale.
No, it's not.
It wouldn't fall under that category.
No. It's more red IPA.
So.
It's evil.
But it's not an IPA.
But it's not an IPA. Yeah, it has qualities that is not just a standard IPA.
That's correct.
So that to me is a clear distinction. And with the black
and at that point, you should make a whole new style for it.
Okay,
you should branch out from it.
Okay. All right. You don't got to yell at me about it.
Do it!
All right. Why don't we do this? Actually, we got a whole new segment I got to do before we go to break.
What is it?
So we're going to do a new segment that I think you're going to enjoy, and it's going to help bring us all together as
Trust
brewers.
falls?
And we're not doing trust falls. Do you trust anybody in this room, JP, to do trust falls?
Yes.
Really?
Because I can sue them for a personal body injury.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
And everybody in here has enough for you to get something.
Right.
You'd have to because you have no medical insurance now.
Hell yeah.
So we are going to taste our Brewcaster Challenge beers here in a short time. But first, we have an all-new segment that's called Happy Hour. And let me just give you a quick rundown real quick. We want to do a segment based on brewing disasters. You know, we're kind of masochists here, and we like to talk about things that fail rather than just talking about how things succeed all the time. So we put out a question in the forum and through our networks to have some of our listeners submit, brewing disasters. Because otherwise, it's always just me that admits the shitty things that happen. And by the way, right now, I'm going to call him out. I'm not the only person in this room who has dumped a batch of perfectly good beer into half of a fermenter full of star sand.
No, absolutely not.
Am I, sir?
Oh, no, I was filling the conical.
Okay, that's a fermentation vessel.
And then I stopped, and we still saved it.
You did stop before. I think I dumped my whole batch in.
I've done it.
So, the brewing disasters, and I don't think it's that the guys in this room... don't want to talk about their brewing disasters. It's just that they don't remember them like I do. Those are the only things I remember. And so we put the call out to our listeners. But here's the thing, guys. As we do this segment, whether it be tonight or as it goes on, if something gets talked about by a listener that you've also done, I expect you to chime in and commiserate with the poor bastard.
Yeah, I will.
Raise our hands.
I'm too honest not to talk about
Yes. So our new segment, it's called Happy Hour.
It's time for the BN Happy Hour.
That's right, brought to you by Savco, maker of the Brew Magic brewing system. It's time for our best new segment ever, Happy Hour.
Let's see who f***ed up this week.
What do we have?
Do I have my mic? Yes. This is Patrick Bagley's story. He's from Australia.
It's a made-up name.
He said supposedly.
He said his worst homebrewing disaster happened just a week ago. He wrote this in the beginning of August. He was trying to brew an Oktoberfest. He said he was near the end of a brew session that had gone surprisingly well to that point, too well. He plugged in his new Whirlpool pump. After he started to recirculate the wort to sanitize the equipment as per the Jamil technique, but with the return hose hanging over the side of the kettle, wedged in place by the immersion chiller. He went inside for a moment when his wife, with panic in her voice, asked what was happening in the brewery. He looked up to see what could have been smoke or steam billowing out the doorway. He grabbed the fire extinguisher and raced to find the kettle all but empty and 6 gallons of wort all over the floor, mere seconds before the timer went off for flame out. He said he could barely hold back the tears as he tried to clean up, thinking about the hours and ingredients wasted as the wort seeped into the cracks of the old concrete floor. And he thinks he died a little inside that day.
Sure.
He has since had a socket with hose tails welded to his kettle so the hose can be fixed in place, and that will never happen again.
He can't walk away during transfer.
Well, he learned.
And he welded it in now, was the lesson that he learned.
I did something fairly similar. I was, making, I think it was one of the first beer to guards I made. Everything just went perfectly. And then it came time to run it out of the kettle into the carboy, and I put my little piece of hose in there, and I went off to go do something else. And when I came back, there was like an inch of wort in the carboy, and all the rest was all over the ground. That was it. All completely dumped.
There's nothing worse than the feeling that you've spent all that time and the preparation, because it's not just that day, right? You thought about the recipe and you wrote it up, and then you went shopping for the ingredients. Like, it's the whole thing. And it's like the last detail to be screwed up is just to transfer all that hard work.
Or just think about if you are brewing it for something and you push the time too. I've got 2 weeks to get this ready. Yeah. And you just wasted a whole brew day. Oh, you're saying, am I going to stay up all night and brew this?
Right.
Am I going to not go to church in the morning? Whatever you're going to do.
So to me, I've essentially, and talked about on the show, they're famous debacles of mine, but it doesn't really matter where in the process it happens. If you've gone that far and then you lose the liquid that you've made, it's effed either way. So one way I did it was to dump all that liquid into a half-full carboy of star sand. At least that was, it was extract on the stove. It was a shorter amount of time. That's one way. But the next one was my famous carpet porter, where I had actually gotten it fermented and carbonated all the way to the cold side, and then I put it on tap before going to bed, so that the next day it was a Super Bowl party. I forget what it was happening, maybe just a Sunday show, so that we could have my porter that I was very proud of. And when Chad woke up the next morning, it had my fittings weren't tight on my kegerator, and it all leaked out onto the floor. It doesn't matter where you lose the liquid. Once you've gone that far, if you never get to taste the liquid, it sucks.
I thought the equipment side was all Chad anyway.
Well, but I had built this particular kegerator, and I don't think I could blame Chad on that one. It had worked for me before, but, in my defense, these are things well, maybe not in my defense. You have to check these things regularly, like these fittings. And, there's so many different fittings and different hose clamps. And even though it was just one keg, there was about 3 different places it could have leaked. It probably leaked in all 3.
I did the same thing.
You did?
Yeah. I tell you, whatever story somebody comes up with, I probably did the same stupid thing.
You brew for a while.
I made a Kolsch. It was fantastic. I hooked it up in the kegerator there, and then which was a fridge. By the time I checked out the next day, the crisper bins were full of beer.
Oh yeah,
they're good collectors.
Like, great, and it was fantastic.
Oh, yeah,
there was still enough to bottle up a couple of bottles. I sent into the state homebrew competition, got first place. Great. Wish I could have drank some of it.
Right. If only.
Did you drink the crispers?
You should have.
I did take a little bit out of the crispers.
You tasted it, right? Yeah.
There was so much crap in the crispers, because when you're not using it for a refrigerator, it's just full of dirt and all sorts of nasty stuff. So, yeah.
Well, our happy hour victim this week is now on the line. He's from Australia. His name is Patrick. Patrick, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. Good. How about you?
Doing great. Thanks for being on the show, and thanks for sharing your brewing disaster with us, man.
I can't believe you said you're doing good after all this.
Yeah.
Well, that was a while ago you guys put out the call, and I've moved on.
Good.
Yeah, after hours of therapy and stuff, you probably got over it.
Yeah, that's right. And, a few beers later, too. That tends to help.
Sure.
Helps me.
So, you walk out and you discover the mishap. You've spent your whole brew day, and you discover it's gone. What did you do the rest of the afternoon?
I swore a lot.
Yeah.
I got very angry with people. I came close to going out and buying a cat just so I could kick it.
Right. There's something to take it out on.
But, I wouldn't do that. I know JP would be quite offended.
He would be very upset.
But basically, I just started to collect myself and made plans to go and brew it again. And it's the only way to get back up on the horse.
There you go. Dust yourself off.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it. So tell us about this fix that you... elaborate more on the fix that you did where you welded your kettle to make this... to prevent this.
Well, I'm not quite able to do the welding myself, but thankfully a guy who lives close by is a welder, and he's just been getting into all grain brewing, so I've been helping him with that. And I was able to give him a call and say, this is what's happened. I need some help. And we just got a socket and welded it to the side of the pot about 3/4 of the way up, so that it was just a whirlpool return valve, basically, similar to the Jamil chiller sort of idea. And I've been wanting to do something like that for a while anyway.
Okay.
And that just meant the hose is constantly is properly fixed into the pot. So that it's not going anywhere.
In thinking about it now, there are a ton of times that I haven't even used a hose clamp to on the hose that I'm transferring wort from one place to another. It fits real snug, and maybe the fitting is barbed. Tasty, you know what I'm talking about, right? And you've done it so many times.
I've lost so much beer with that.
But hearing this story now, I'm thinking every one of those times I could have lost the whole batch of beer. Just by not putting on a simple hose clamp or something else,
I've thought about it a couple of times, but
you always
the OCD in me, I'll clamp it.
So I use a silicone tubing, right? And you put it on. It
Me too.
I don't use a hose clamp.
You don't.
And of course, when I'm force carboning, I'll put it up at 45 psi for 24 hours. So I'll come out maybe in the morning and test it, and I go it needs more gas, and I'll turn the gas. I'll turn the gas back up and leave the hose on there
without a hose clamp.
Without a hose clamp, it blows that thing off 5 gallons in my kegerator.
Yeah.
At the bottom,
Yeah. I mean, it's
finished
making
beer.
me...
I mean, the beer's ready to drink, and I lose it then. That's the worst time.
That time I saw at Ale Industries in the 2.5-inch hose came off of the Whirlpool.
I was there that day, actually.
Me and you were the only ones left there, and there was 600 gallons on the floor.
Just went everywhere.
Oh, my God, really?
Wow.
Yeah, it's like,
I mean, it's just reminding me of how careless I actually am. It seems
he
fine.
had a
It's
clamp
fine.
on it. It shouldn't have, but it still blew off, and I run in there, and I couldn't even talk. I was like that dog going, roof, 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 roof.
What, Lassie? What?
Exactly.
Did he not tighten it enough? Or?
We don't know what it was, but
it could have got dry.
Tasty and I were the only ones kind of left, and he came out to just hang with us a little bit. And
he's still talking to us. It happened.
Well, there's 600 gallons on the floor.
Well,
it's a mistake you make once.
Right.
Yeah, he just rolled up his sleeves and went to make another batch.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I haven't made the Star Sam mistake again. Most of these mistakes I think we'll find in this segment, Happy Hour, are mistakes that you make once. If you care at all about your time and your beer, you make them once.
Well, live by the rule that that's not a good idea.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Well, Patrick, hang in there. You started a discussion. We're getting calls now about their brewing disasters. Let's go to line 1. It's Blind Guy. What's happening, brother?
Well, I tell you what, guys. I have come to the conclusion that any brew day that goes really well, you should be really scared of. Because I'm a big fan of Wee Heavies. And we had made a huge batch of Wee Heavy, and everything was going smashingly. I mean, swimmingly. I was patting myself on the back. I had things prepped up and ready to go, and I made these little, little space-age little cooler things for the corny kegs, or for the carboys rather, so I can put different carboys in the fridge and ferment them at different temperatures at the same time, all in the same fridge temp.
Okay.
So I figured I was being on the ball and smart, and I had my carboy all ready to go, and I had it in my little space-aged cozy there.
How do you know?
And with the aeration all hooked up and ready to go. I transferred it into that carboy, had it aerated, had the thing on, went and picked it up, slid right out of the bottom of it. And the worst part was, you know how when things happen bad, they seem to automatically happen in slow motion?
Sure.
Like, you think you can actually stop it from happening, but you're also moving in slow motion?
Yeah.
Like, no.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that 6-gallon carboy slid right out of the bottom of that thing and exploded.
Yeah.
How do you know?
And I swear, 5 yards in every direction.
How do you know?
He could feel it, JP. And smell it. And like I said, it doesn't matter where you lose it. If you've gone through all that and the liquid is just so close to being done, it doesn't matter how or where you lose it. If you lose it, it just sucks. All right, thank you for the phone call. I appreciate it. Patrick, I think we got one more call coming in, too, to help us out with this. We got Andy is online, too. Andy, what's happening?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. You got a similar disaster?
So, I didn't listen for the last 5 minutes because I know the rules. Turn your radio off while you're waiting.
Attaboy.
But I have a reasonable story. I don't think it's as epic as dumping all of your beer over something. But so, I was brewing a 4 and extra, and it's a big beer. It's 7%. And I had my yeast started. Everything was good. It was 5 or 6 at night. And I was, getting everything ready, clean everything for, Star Sand everything. Got my yeast, got the beer in the carboy, ready to go. Can't find my blow-off tube. All right, what do? I need a jury rig them together. So I found an extra stopper. Found a slightly smaller diameter blow-off tube than I wanted. But I felt, this will be fine. It's actually one of those better bottle little hoses, and they're very small at the top. And I got it all together, hitched my yeast, said, all right, let's do this. And it's out in the garage. It's cold there. So then go to bed, go next morning, check my fermentation before I go to class. All right. And normally I can usually hear it fermenting. I hear bloop, bloop, bloop. All right, yeast are good. All right. Don't hear anything. All right, that's the first problem. Either the yeast died or something else. So I go out there and look at it. It's a better bottle, so it's plastic, right? PET. Should have some flexibility to it. It's rock hard. And I'm like, okay, it's completely clogged, the blow-off tube right now. It hasn't exploded yet, but it has fully pressurized.
Oh, yeah.
So I go, and, stupid me. I go, and I just kind of crack the blow-off tube off. and I get a face full of heat and pour an extra stout.
Yeah.
Kaboom.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, damn it. And it's not only that, it has reached the ceiling of the garage. It's 8 feet up.
Oh, yeah.
So it's fully stained in just this mess of pour an extra stout. And I'm just like, God damn it. Really lose any beer, but it was like one of the most embarrassing things, like this money shot of yeast in my face.
Yeah. And the thing is, thank you for the phone call. That is a great brewing disaster. I appreciate it, Andy. The thing is, correct me if I'm wrong, Doc, but it doesn't take a whole lot of pressure in a small vessel like that to launch beer a good distance, right? I mean, it really wouldn't. Clearly, it wasn't enough to explode the better bottle yet. You're talking about just a few psi, and it'll launch that shit.
Well, yeah, those better bottles will hold a lot of pressure,
and it swells, and when it releases, it compresses and it pushes everything in. It's like
it's got to go somewhere, and then your eyes usually right there.
I guarantee you that to this day the stain is still on the rat pad dining room ceiling where Chad had this happen. He had a bottle just launch all the way to the ceiling, and it was a brown beer of some kind, and we couldn't wash it off the ceiling. When we moved out of the rat pad, it was still fucking there, and I bet it's there today.
Yeah, don't look up. Yeah.
That's right.
I wonder if this is how Blind Guy lost his sight.
Right. All right, Patrick, thank you so much for kicking off our happy hour segment with your terrifying story. I appreciate it, man.
No worries, guys.
All right, brother.
Thanks
Take care.
much.
Cheers. All right, if you want to tell your brewing disaster story, send it to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. Just write in your disaster. We'll have your email. We'll contact you when we do it. Feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. It's our new segment brought to you by Sabco. Upgrade your equipment to the next level with a Brew Magic brewing system. Better because equipment will help you avoid these brewing catastrophes. Check out more information at brewmagic.com. All right, here's what we need to do. I think we need to take us a quick break, right? And when we come back, we're going to talk to you boys about the beers, find out, maybe we'll get a little info on how Jamil did this whole thing with no boil, see how your brew day went, Moscow, and then we'll taste the beers, and we'll find out who won the Brewcaster Challenge.
Any chance of changing votes?
Nope.
Locked in, baby.
Really? Are you feeling swayed?
Oh, not me.
Not you.
But I
you think it wants to come our way?
Yeah.
All right, it's the session.
Definitely.
Black IPAs with Jamil and Moscow when we come back. Hang in there.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Cabs are here. I'm feeling that Melavino mead, yo. We can't be driving nowhere.
Damn straight, son. It's a situation up in here. We be straight GTMing.
GTM?
You know it, baby. Gym, tan, mead.
Yeah, buddy. We be meeting all night, son. Hey, what's this Kickstarter thing I see on the Ultranet?
Yeah, Kickstarter. It's the best way there is to raise some dollars for new businesses.
Kickstarter's gonna help Melavino mead get all launched up and whatnot. New Jersey mead for the win. Yeah.
Melovino Meadery needs your help, BN Army. For less than the cost of a tanning session or a bottle of bronzer, you can help make Melovino mead a reality.
And when your girl sees how generous and giving Zeus is, she'll be out Jersey turnpiking you in no time.
Yeah, buddy.
Help New Jersey's first official meadery get up and running by making a pledge to their Kickstarter campaign. Melovino Meadery. Wine divine.
So go get some of that money you've been saving up for the new kicks and pledge it to Melovino Meadery on Kickstarter.
Yo, Cabs are here.
All right, BN Army, it's trivia time. What's the only homebrew shop with over 1,000 recipe kits, $4.99 shipping on orders over $100, and is also home of the Wolf Shirt? The one and only answer is Austin Homebrew Supply. For over 20 years, they've specialized in creating recipes such as the best-selling Texas Blonde Ale, Apocalypso, Hot Bomb 2.0, and Double Chocolate Stout. And they just recently unveiled their small grain kits that produce 1 gallon of beer. Visit Austin Homebrew AustinHomebrew.com to browse their extensive catalog of equipment and ingredients. They also have mini clone recipes of your favorite commercial beers. They're the exclusive retailer of BrewVent yeast fuel as well, yeast nutrient, and the all-new Bodybuilder. Follow Austin Homebrew Supply on Google Plus to participate in video hangouts on popular brewing topics. So visit AustinHomebrew.com today and make sure you sign up for their weekly email with news and specials. Austin Homebrew Supply, AustinHomebrew.com. Have you ever dreamed about attending the World Brewing Academy? This year, thanks to Lalamond and Danstar, one lucky brewer will make that dream a reality for free. Lalamond and Danstar invite you to enter the Beer School 2014 contest. One lucky grand prize winner will receive fully paid tuition in the 2014 World Brewing Academy web-based concise course in brewing technology worth almost $4,000. From now until December 13th, 2013, every Danstar yeast packet you use is your ticket to enter. Visit DanstarYeast.com for the details and to print your official entry form. There's no limit on the number of times you can enter, so get brewing with Danstar and get your entries in to the Danstar 2014 Beer School Contest. Whether you want to build your home brewing skills or build a career as a professional brewer, this course will change the way you think of beer and brewing. Enter at DanstarYeast.com and get the dry yeast advantage with Danstar and Lalamond Premium Brewing Yeast and enter to win.
BN Army, I'm here to talk seriously for a second. You all are partially responsible for something explosive, and it's time you answer for it.
Moonlight Meadery is exploding.
Yeah, exploding across the country with insane quality meads.
With nearly 70 different varieties of mead on the market, Moonlight Meadery has blown up the mead category and completely reinvented it.
Seriously?
What?
Seriously?
What?
You're paying money for that watered-down mead when you could have a Moonlight mead?
Moonlight doesn't stop at 14% like most meaderies to save 40 cents a gallon. Moonlight meads explode with quality and flavor.
They're a party in a bottle. Did someone say party?
If you want mead and want the best, you want meads from Moonlight Meadery and will accept nothing less.
Be a part of the BN Mead explosion and ask for, demand Moonlight Meads at your favorite bottle shop.
Moonlight Meads. Girly names, manly meads.
Hey, sign me up for that party.
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters. This is Jamel Zanishev, and I want to tell you about my favorite Heretic beer, Shallow Grave Porter. I love the rich, malty character of this beer. While full and rich, Shallow Grave has an easy drinking finish that isn't too sweet. I've always loved my homebrew porter recipe, so when it's time to brew Heretic Shallow Grave, I started with that in mind. But I tweaked it with all my latest recipe ideas. Just like in homebrewing, I made sure we used only the finest malts that would produce the ideal flavor for this beer. We used select British malts to get the rich chocolate and caramel flavors, and we spared no expense. The result is a beer as dark as a moonless night, with hints of vanilla, coffee, and chocolate, perfect for a cool evening out in the woods. Cheers.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer, and it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
Tuned into The Session.
Because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
Yeah. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging out with us. It's The Session right here on the Brewing Network.
Well, you're welcome. I really have no
Not you.
To go. Oh.
We got a couple things left to do, namely the Brewcaster Challenge. We're going to get into that here shortly. We want to remind you about our good friends over at Adventures in Homebrewing. That's right. You can go to homebrewing.org right now and check out our good friends at Adventures in Homebrewing. They've been supporting us for a little while now. Only Adventures in Homebrewing has the knowledge and expertise to craft their own equipment, like the Brutus beer stand, cereal killer grain mill, propane burners and systems, custom false bottoms, and more. Visit them at their 2 locations in Michigan or check them out online at homebrewing.org. Our good friends over at Adventures in Homebrewing.
Should I do that too?
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Why not? All right. The Brewcaster Challenge is upon us. We have not tasted the beers yet. We will do that at the next break. But I thought what we do is come in here and just talk a little bit about how we got to this point. I don't want the full process of each beer because I don't want it to influence our tasting at the break. But I do want to get a little bit of background. Can we go over the betting just once more, Moscow, so we know who is betting for who? And I think so far it's just me and Doc who have gone with our old friend Jamil.
My brothers.
Yeah, the only... I mean, come on. Jamil's been with us way longer than Moscow.
I have Nate's vote in for Jamil as well.
Nate, really?
You vote with your head.
He didn't listen to the show, did he?
See, Nate's a real softie. I would have thought he'd have gone for you.
He's voting with his lower head.
Yeah.
I think Nicole has that.
So that means basically that JP, Tasty, Bevo, Susie... am I missing anybody? Are all voting for Moscow.
That's it.
Does Sammy count?
Sammy does. Whatever Bevo does, that's where Sammy is, yeah. Well, one of our judges today will be Paul Brown, the president of Doze, so we might as well get a bet from him as well, just for giggles. What do you think, Jamil or Moscow to win tonight?
I did hear about where they got their kits.
Okay, you can't reveal that information to us.
Okay.
But you can vote.
Just answer the question, Paul.
I will go for Moscow.
There you go. There we go.
Moscow. Okay. All right. That about covers it. So at least we know where we stand. Wow, Jamil, I can't believe only 3 of us, 3 of your old buddies have stood by you.
Yeah, Paul's dead to me, too.
Right. All right. So Black IPA was the challenge. Let's just find out a little bit more about the beers, and then we'll just get to tasting, and then we can talk about all the details afterward. How long ago, Moscow, did you brew your beer?
I brewed it on Friday, September 20. So it's been, 3 weeks?
Okay.
A little over 3 weeks?
On.
Did you...
On the 20.
On.
It's black.
And where... I don't even understand that one. Right. That one might be racist. I don't understand that.
No, it's written in black lettering.
Oh, yeah. I see. I still don't get it. Yeah. Where did you get your recipe from, Moscow? Did you design it yourself?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Used a kit?
Yes.
From?
Doze.
From Doze?
Yes.
Available at?
More Beer.
Okay, so you went to More Beer and got your Doze kit for a black IPA. If I remember right, Doc mentioned that Doze worked pretty hard on this recipe.
Months and months. Actually, Paul could probably reiterate a lot more on that one, but it was...
Well, I led the discussion on that.
It was...
Did you, Taste?
Yeah.
The guy who doesn't even like black IPAs led the discussion.
I was trying to get him to make an American brown, but I couldn't get him to go.
Now I want to change my vote.
More Beer gave us the
Tasty was
go-ahead
I have this great recipe. It's called Janet's Brown.
Exactly. More Beer gave us the go-ahead to do whatever kit we could have for Doze.
Okay.
And it was voted in as whatever you call this, black IPA, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
American Black Ale.
It was not taken lightly.
What did Doze call it? Did you guys call it black IPA?
Yes, black IPA.
Okay. Just curious. All right. So the recipe went through several iterations. You guys dialed it in. It's now available at More Beer. And this is what Moscow brewed. And you brewed an extract version.
Yes.
On the stove?
Yes.
Full boil, though.
Yeah,
if I remember right. So you got all 5 gallons of volume all in one shot.
Whose kitchen?
Mine. Okay. I have a commercial range in my kitchen, so it's got powerful burners.
Oh, gas?
Yeah.
Yes.
Big burners?
Yep.
Good.
And in Moscow's case, unlike a lot of our listeners write into us, he's the anal one in the family. His girlfriend isn't going to be the one who said, make sure you clean up the stove. It's Moscow's. He has that voice in his head permanently. It's his Jewish mother's voice. And it goes on the whole time. So I'm sure that there was no mess.
Clean up before you make the mess.
Did you boil over?
No. Nope.
Because you realize that's the fear of the in-kitchen brewing, right?
Yeah, no, I just kept an eye on it, and it was never even close.
How many gallon kettle did you use?
It's huge. It's like, I think 10 or 12. It's a big kettle.
So you, spread it over 2 burners to boil?
No, I just put it in the center of one burner, and even though the circumference of the kettle is much bigger than the burner's so powerful that it was fine.
And you did a 5-gallon batch, though, not a 10-gallon batch.
That's right, yeah. I think I boiled closer to 6 gallons, though.
Okay. Did you put the extract in right at the beginning, or did you, in other words, for 60 minutes with hops in and all the extract like you would normally, or did you delay the addition of any extract?
No, I added it in. Yeah, I steeped the grains while it was heating, and then I put the extract in, and then did a 60-minute boil, so it was full 60.
So a very traditional extract batch on the stove.
Yeah, I was careful. I turned the burner off. I didn't want to burn the extract in, but yeah, it was a full hour.
Okay. And then, if I remember right, you were a little vague about fermentation control for our last discussion. We could save that till after the tasting if you feel like we should keep holding on to that.
Sure. Yeah, you can save a reveal for later.
Sure.
I'm a little nervous.
I'm not nervous at all.
Well, if it's got an unusual fermentation character, I guess we'll get to it, huh?
Did you dry?
Or, it might be perfect.
Or conditions are perfect. Did you dry hop?
Yeah, absolutely. It called for 3 different varieties of hops in the dry hop, and I don't think for as long as you're supposed to. The kit says 3 to 7 days, which is a pretty big window, and I was on the shorter end of that.
Okay. By choice or by time limit?
Time. This goes back to what we were talking about in the last segment of giving yourself only 2 weeks, and you have a hard out for a contest, and so I did.
Okay. So, without going into detail, because we'll do that afterward. Did everything go as planned, or were there some things that, maybe they were numbers, maybe it was that you ran out of time? Did it go according to plan?
Actually, surprisingly, yeah. There really were no hiccups.
Okay. Oh, the Moscow voters are getting confident now, aren't they, Doc?
Yeah, well,
after listening to that.
There's not one point that you thought, I should make a call.
I did. That happened.
There were calls.
Yeah, there were calls.
Okay.
In particular, I talked to you about the Paul Sangster method of adding the Carafa malt, and Originally, I misinterpreted his advice as you have to, because he was like, you got to sanitize the pitcher before you put them in there.
Right.
And so what I did is I had a bunch of sanitizer water in there, and then I put the grain directly into that. And then
That's
I was
very
like,
clean.
Right, it has to be clean. And I was like, this doesn't, I was about to pour it in through the coffee filter. I was like, this doesn't seem right. Sanitizer water. And so I called Paul, and he was like, no, you moron. Definitely not what you're supposed to do.
Dang, you should be. I thought you had to make all your calls before your brew day.
I did. No, before you take action.
Before you take action,
Yeah.
please. Then you can have somebody standing there going, "No, do that." Do
Yeah,
that.
what do you think? What do you think Justin had with Chad?
Well, sort of.
I got a few calls.
They weren't changes, though. They were... Anyway, it's fine. You took a little liberty with the rules. That's fine. We all did. Whatever.
Hey, some of us didn't.
We'll find out. We'll see how your no boil went. So let me get this straight. Somebody other than JP took your phone calls about this brew day.
I left him like 6 messages. He finally called me back.
He finally was like, all right. Was JP your main assistant in this brew day? Because he was one of mine. So
I blew a couple calls into JP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else on the panel? Just want to know?
No.
Full disclosure.
JP and Paul Sangster were my go-tos.
I guess that's all you needed. I mean, got 4 or 5 other people too, I guess.
Yeah, other than JP, I think you had a winning team there.
All right. What are you going to do?
I did lose, and you were my advisor. Although you were also my competitor, so maybe that doesn't count.
What are you going to do?
Okay, so we've got Moscow's Brew Day behind us. We'll taste his beer and let it do the talking. Let's go over to Jamil. Now, I don't want to know all of the methods you ended up employing to use no boil.
Yes.
What I do want to know...
Brew day sucked. That's what you want to know. Yes.
Did you brew on any of your multiple systems that you have available to you? Because you've got
No.
You didn't. No Pro Brewery, no More Beer system, and no Blickman system.
There's no boiling. I mean, I figured, what the heck.
You're fucked to begin with.
So you didn't use any of your normal equipment? Okay.
No.
All right. How many gallons of beer did you brew?
I think it totaled out to maybe 7 or so.
Okay.
7 or 8.
Were you trying to do a 5-gallon batch, but you didn't measure or whatever?
Water and grains. What are you doing?
Yeah.
He had no idea what he's doing. I heard from the last show.
I wasn't measuring anything.
Yeah.
And then I was thinking, well, I want to kind of hit this gravity or that gravity. And so I was kind of guessing how much water was needed.
Okay.
And, just kind of guessing how it was.
Did you use brewing software at all like you normally would with your brew day?
No.
Nothing.
And no hydrometer, no nothing.
Did you go to...
I still don't know what the ABV of this thing is. I don't know what it started at. I don't know what it finished at.
Have you tasted it?
Yes. I packaged it off today. I put it into a couple of growlers.
It's in growlers now. Okay.
Wouldn't 10 years ago's Jamil be disgusted with this incarnation of Jamil?
With yourself?
Yeah,
good question.
Maybe I would have been disgusted, but I probably wouldn't have been surprised.
Yeah,
because I know what kind of sloth I am capable of.
You've now just fully discovered it. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, the closet now.
Okay. All right.
I'm wondering if you just kind of woke up on a Saturday morning, threw on your robe, and said, I'm just going to throw some shit together and just make it happen.
You mean yesterday?
Yeah. Throw on my robe. No, I was like, bare-ass naked. No, I was down at the brewery because I had to be at the brewery. Liz was Southern California, so it was me having to work the tasting room along with Jenny from More Beer. And so I had to be there. I had to get this done. I mean, this is a couple of days after Moscow brewed, and I just had no choice. I had to get it done then. I knew I was running out of time. So in between changing kegs and running up and washing glasses and serving beer and filling growlers and all that, I was trying to get this done. So, I didn't really pay attention to time, volumes, anything.
If I'm Moscow right now, I am thoroughly insulted by your lack of attention to this competition.
Only be insulted if I win.
Yes. Right. I always think of myself as unoffendable, but I'll be offended if I lose this.
I mean, because it's just kind of like, it's just Moscow. I'll go on about my daily chores, and maybe I'll brew a beer.
It could have been Mitch frickin' Steele. I just did not have the time to do it.
Even if I'm a listener, I would feel the same way.
Originally,
I'm trying to learn something. What's going on here?
Originally, I had plans to do a half a dozen different beers.
Okay.
And I was going to try different yeasts and different techniques, and I was going to try a whole bunch of different stuff.
Oh, the old Jamil.
Yeah. I remember him.
He's on a podcast about beer.
And so I was going to do all that, figure out what worked and what didn't, and then pick the best of it or blend it or something like that, and come out with a winning effort.
Ninkasi Jamil.
That's right.
Yes.
But then I was busy.
And tired.
I'd rubbed one out, and and so I was tired and needed a little nap. And so I was just like, what's the least I can do and make this thing work out?
And not let me down. Show up with a beer.
Right. I knew as long as I showed up with a beer that sort of was like what was supposed to be made.
That was both liquid and black.
You would, now let's not go too far. It's liquid.
Yeah.
Red, maybe.
And it can be served. It's carbonated.
Right.
It does have color to it. Let's not go crazy here. And then, I knew if I did that much, you would not hate me.
You're right.
You'd be like, oh, that's okay.
No, you're just part of the team.
He hates you now.
Right. I felt like I was living up to the Brewcaster standard of effort.
Yeah. So I have one question just to make sure there was no cheating involved of any kind after hearing this description.
Uh-huh.
Is the beer that we will find in our glass from you, did a label have to be approved through the TTB for this beer?
It would only have to be approved if I wanted to sell it, because it was brewed at a commercial brewery.
Oh, it was, but
So
not on the commercial.
I could actually sell this beer.
Okay.
Should I want to for some reason?
If it's awesome.
But this is not, for example, Evil Twin with a bunch of Cinnamar added.
No.
Okay.
That would have been smart.
That's what I mean.
nor is it Evil Cousin with cinema.
Okay.
Technically, it's not a homebrew, though.
Well,
He homebrewed it.
Actually, after listening to that, if that doesn't sound like a homebrew method, I don't know what is.
Sounds like a bad homebrewing method, actually.
Other than it wasn't done at home.
He really didn't care. He did lackadaisical. He kind of didn't measure anything.
Yeah.
It's a homebrew.
You know, I got to say, Moscow, I'm going to be offended if it's not better than my fucking beer. Or if it is better than my beer. Because I went through, I painstakingly tried to brew this thing. And if it's better than my Evil Twin clone, oh boy.
I will also say I only used my own homebrew equipment. I didn't use any brewery equipment of any kind that I can think. I used some brewery supplies, some hops, and yeast.
Okay, some ingredients.
And water from the brewery.
You might have been wearing your brewer's boots that day, but that's it.
Right. So, but no, all the equipment was I used better bottles, it was all homebrew stuff.
Okay.
Same thing, even to package it.
All right.
And the lucky hand.
Well, we're going to get to tasting. One of our esteemed judges, who I am proud to welcome back to the show, Chris Graham, is here, and he is on a limited time frame because he has babies, and babies must sleep.
Babies.
So
they don't sleep.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. At the break, you're going to hear about Bellingham Beer Week, so that we can pour and taste the beers. So stay tuned. We'll be back with the winner of the Brewcaster Challenge. You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Williams Brewing announces their first customer recipe issue since 1991. This free 64-page catalog includes 27 of the best homebrewing recipes submitted by their regular customers. Best of all, this paper-only catalog is free for the asking. Just go to williamsbrewing.com and click on the free customer recipe issue link. This offer expires October 18th. While you are on the site, check out some of the latest exclusives like the Williams Oatmeal Stout Malt Extract, the Big Oxygen System, and they even have their own line of precision hydrometers. Go to williamsbrewing.com to browse their vast selection and enjoy their famous customer service. That's williamsbrewing.com. Orders placed by 4 p.m. Pacific Time weekdays ship the same day. Brewing is easy the Williams way.
This is a public service announcement.
Hey, dude, I think there's... What's wrong? You don't look so good. There's something wrong with your beer. It's making everyone sick.
Don't let your beer make your loved ones ill. Proper cleaning and sanitation is the key to avoiding puke on your shoes.
But I used an all-in-one.
Cleaning and sanitizing cannot be done in a one-step process. No cleaner can sanitize, and no sanitizer can clean. The amazing chemists at 5 Star Chemicals have your solution. Clean with BBW and sanitize with Star San.
Fantastic!
Your friends and loved ones will thank you. 5 Star products are available at fine homebrew shops near you and online. Put your best beer forward with 5 Star Chemicals. Your one stop for the cleanest two-step solution.
When you hear Blickman Engineering, think innovation, passion, quality, and customer service. Blickman gear is designed by brewers to give you a sense of pride in your equipment. At Blickman, they know what makes brewing a pain and build gear that makes it fun. Like the intuitive beer gun, a completely different approach to filling bottles. The Therminator Wort Chiller, a new take on a plate chiller that's sized for flow, performance, and the high groundwater temps homebrewers face every day. The Brewmometer, a brilliant weldless thermometer design with brewing parameters right on the dial. The Autosparge, ultimate simplicity for preventing an overflow or running your mash tun dry. And much more, like the modular top-tier brewing stand, conical fermenters, and their Boilermaker brew pots. With more cutting-edge equipment coming soon, keep up with the latest from Blickman at BlickmanEngineering.com and stay on the cutting edge.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for any beer style. I want a Cicerone. The Cicerone certification program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious, Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
A few things happened 30 years ago.
ARPANET migrated to TCP/IP, and the Internet was born. Revenge of the Jedi was renamed Return of the Jedi and opened in theaters. Mila Kunis and Emily Blunt were born, beginning a rad fantasy in my mind.
But all of that pales next to the fact that HopTech opened its doors and began blowing homebrewers right out of their mash tuns. HopTech doesn't fuck around. Real people shipping awesome shit straight to you. Their new website is fast and easy to navigate. Or just call 800-379-4677 and let badass bitch Jade and Bruin brother Roberto blow their warm load of customer service all over you. So visit the site or visit the store in Dublin, California, and support those that support you. Get your brewing on at hoptech.com.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
Radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
Now it's short and stout
with Scott the Jew.
Yes, it is. Today I bring you my trip to Bellingham, Washington for their second ever beer week earlier this month. Regular listeners, you'll remember Bellingham, of course, as the home of Chuckanut Brewery. Their Pils won our 2012 Beer of the Year. And other anecdotal mentions on this program, my folks live up there, and Justin peeped the scene on his 2011 West Coast road trip, and etc. Anyway, it was clear at all the events that I went to just how thriving a craft industry Bellingham really has. For a city of about 80,000, in what is perceived to be basically no man's land between Seattle and Vancouver, there sure is a buzzing brewing scene, with Chuckanut, Boundary Bay, and newcomer Kolshan leading the way. Killer beer-centric restaurants like the Copper Hog and world-class bottle shops like Elizabeth Station have only begun to make their mark up there. Everywhere we went, we were treated really well. Fantastic beer and fantastic food abounded. The first night, we headed to a McKellar event at the aforementioned Elizabeth Station, and I sat down for a couple of minutes with its owner,
Patrick McAvoy, and I'm from Bellingham, Washington. My business philosophy is to have a store where people can come get together and talk, to have a place that's focused on beer, that people can come experience beer and have fun, but that they can come and bring their friends, that they know they can come any day of the week and sit down, have a great beer, and chat.
So, this is only the second Bellingham Beer Week. We're only a couple days into it, but have you noticed differences, with this year as compared to last?
Oh, for sure, yeah. So last year was the first official one, and it was just the 3 breweries and 2 of us stores. It was fun, but it was mostly trying to get the local people to come out. This year has been focused on getting a bunch of people to come out, getting a bunch of restaurants and bars involved. There's all sorts of non-bars that are involved, pizza places, and I think there's a cupcake place that's doing something, and a noodle bar, and I don't know what else there is, but it's been a much wider scope. We've done a much better job at advertising to people in Seattle and Vancouver, and from what I've seen, we're getting a lot of people from out of town coming in. So it's a very different feel to it.
How have you enjoyed the beers brewed specifically for Bellingham Beer Week?
Yeah, we had two beers brewed for Bellingham Beer Week this year. One was the collaboration of the 3 Bellingham breweries, Kolschen, Checknut, and Boundary. And it's a dark Belgian. It's really good. And the cool thing about it is it's going to age incredibly well. I'm actually excited to give it 6 months or a year and try it. Actually, we'll probably save some and bust it out next year because it's going to age beautifully. The Fremont out of Seattle, they made a coconut coffee porter, and the coffee comes from a local roaster that does really great stuff. And it is absolutely phenomenal. We are wondering if they might include it in their normal release of what they do, just because it's blown a lot of people's minds. There were some skeptics of a coconut coffee porter, but it has blown all expectations.
So if you were like, a local car dealer in a cowboy hat doing your own commercial
with the accent and everything,
yes, please do the accent.
All right. Y'all should get into Elizabeth Station because we got the best beer selection north of Seattle, and because we have the best ambiance of any place you'll find around here.
It's good. The accent kind of disappeared after the first syllable, but that was good.
My apologies.
I prompted everybody to do this. I'm basically trying to get the entire city of Bellingham nominated for the Dedication to Personal Success Award 2013. Anyway, the next night, the city treated us to a fantabulous multiple-course beer pairing dinner at the Copper Hog, where I sat down for a minute with
Aaron Matson, and I'm the owner of the Copper Hog in Bellingham, Washington.
So do you plan your food around your beer, or do you plan your beer around your food?
I would say if we had to pick one or the other, it would be more the food around the beer. But the beer changes so frequently, and we have 21 taps. Something works out of it all. So,
does the beer change more frequently than the food? Because I know you rotate everything.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as a keg's gone, it turns into something else just that quickly. I mean, probably 3 beers change daily as we go.
How's the experience been?
It's been really good. The restaurant industry is not an easy one by any means.
What's the hardest part about it?
Actually, in Washington State, labor. Keeping labor costs low is very difficult. Very difficult. In Washington State, minimum wage, no matter what you do, is $9.20 an hour. Yeah. So I'm not saying that that's a lot of money, but and the margins in this industry are roughly live in the 5%. So it's still feast or famine depending on the seasons here.
How do you make your beer buying decisions?
Actually, it's pretty methodical. I have, because we're confined by space, and through my masters, keep your inventory lean. And so I basically just have a list of 21 spots. Each one represents a different style. Some repeat, obviously, because people love IPAs, so we got 2 on at a time, or 3, whatever. But basically, I have 2 backups of each style, and I just look every day what I need, and I fill that spot, and I go with what I like. We're so lucky in the Pacific Northwest. There literally probably isn't a better place in the world for beer. We get every style and more than most places.
Okay, you're now a local car dealer with a cowboy hat. Tell people why they should hit up the Copper Hog.
Oh man, come to the Copper Hog for, unfortunately, I can't say for cheap prices, but we got great.
Don't look for a good deal here.
We got great food, and we got great beer on tap that you're not really going to find anywhere else in town.
The following evening, it was on to Kolschen Brewing Company for another awesome beer pairing dinner. Even though Kolschen does not have an on-site kitchen, it manages to feel like a restaurant, being a large killer tap room with the brewery on site and several local food trucks that frequent the parking lot. I checked out the brewery and had a conversation with
David Vitt, Kolschen Brewing Company, Bellingham, Washington.
You opened in 2012, right?
Yeah.
Describe the Bellingham beer scene in the, 16 months you've been operating?
Well, it's gone crazy for us. I think having a new beer in town has really been exciting for people. There was 2 breweries before we started, and people were just excited to try something new. We do a different style than the other 2 breweries in town. Chuckanut does lagers that are kind of in the German style, and Boundary's kind of an old school Northwest style beer. And we're pretty diverse, and we're shooting for just really clean, balanced, kind of on the dry side of beer. Something you really want to sit down and drink a few pints of.
So I know that you've had a really good start, it's been a prosperous 16 months, but to the extent that this question is answerable, what would you do differently if you could do it again?
Boy, I'm not sure I would do anything different except for maybe build a bigger brewery.
There you go.
It's been a constant expansion, but looking at the resources I started with, I didn't have much of a choice. I kind of started with peanuts and worked with pretzels and got to where we're at. So we've seen organic growth, and I think that I would do it all over again.
You're a local car dealer with a cowboy hat. Tell people why they should come to Kolshan.
Well,
there you go.
Well, Scott, we make good beer. You don't want to drive past this brewery. You want to stop in. You want to try a pint. So we make good beer. Try them all. We're the best.
I can get good financing on my pint of the Russian Imperial Stout.
Yeah, we'll extend you some credit for at least an hour.
And, of course, no trip to Bellingham for any beer week would be complete without a trip to Chuckanut, the best brewery whatever was. I headed there for author John Hall's latest book release, and after a couple of pints of Chuckanut's awesome Rausch beer and, of course, the Pilsner, I sat down with John and spoke with him about his new book.
I'm John Hall. I'm the editor of All About Beer magazine and the author of the American Craft Beer Cookbook.
Didn't you used to run Goose Island?
No, I did not. That was a very different John Hall, who has a lot of money right now while I'm running All About Beer magazine and writing cookbooks for a living.
So let me get this straight. You've never peed on somebody else's bar?
Well, I'm not going to go that far. But no, it's not that story that you're thinking of.
Okay, all right. So we had your book presentation. Is it the Craft Beer Cookbook?
American Craft Beer Cookbook. It's very patriotic.
Yeah. So explain that.
Well, it features all American craft beer, hence the title. So it's a collection of 155 recipes that I culled from breweries and brew pubs around the country, as well as some great beer bars and stuff from my own kitchen that really celebrates the best in pairing good beer with good food.
So did this start out as a recipe book, or did you have a different vision to begin with?
Originally, it was supposed to be a travel book. It was really supposed to highlight some of the great breweries that are out there in America and reasons to go out and visit them, be it because they had a cool location or they have some world-class brewers working for them, or just because it's a fun place to visit. And what we figured out was that people like to eat when they're drinking beer as well. And so, yeah, it's weird, right? So we decided to do a cookbook along with it. I should say we as me and my editor. So
there's a million different, approaches you could have taken, or beers. How do you narrow down what kind of recipes you're going to pick and what kind of beers you're going to use in those recipes?
I wanted to move beyond where we are with what people think about with beer and food. So I didn't necessarily want to do burgers and nachos and, like hot wings and things like that. I really wanted to start to look at larger recipes that people might associate with wine. So, braised duck legs, or, veal scallopini, or just great chocolate cake, or things that beer doesn't always get attention with. And what I did was look around the country and try to find sensibilities or heritage recipes, or recipes that called for native ingredients for breweries around the country, and then try to find recipes that worked out food-wise, and then try to find beers that really complemented them really well, which is harder than you might think, but with so many beers out there these days, it's also fairly easy as well.
Of all the different places to promote this, why Bellingham?
Why not? It's I think it's a great town, and here we are 90 miles north of Seattle. Seattle gets so much of the love because of great breweries like Pike and Elysian and Gastropod. It's fun to look just outside of the major cities where people are living, they're drinking local, and Bellingham has 3 really good breweries operating in it right now. Doesn't always get the love, but here at Chuckanut, they're just making some of the best lagers in the country right now. So, yeah.
And there you have it. Hopefully you got a little bit of a taste of what it was like to be up in Bellingham for Beer Week 2013. It'll be interesting to see over the next few years as their Beer Week picks up steam if they can approach, San Francisco Beer Week territory or maybe even Philadelphia Beer Week territory. They just need about 1 million more inhabitants, but they certainly have the beer to do it. Special thanks to Annette Bagley and the Bellingham-Whatcom County Tourism Board, Mari and Will Kemper over at Chuckanut, the Vineyard Place Hotel and Spa, David Vitt, Aaron Madsen, and Patrick McAvoy. See you all next time, and until then, this is Scott the Jew saying, L'chaim.
888-401-BEER. This is The Session.
Thanks to Moscow for going to Bellingham, Washington, and reporting on Bellingham Beer Week. I'm disappointed that you didn't bring us back any Chuckanut growlers or anything else. You, once again, have proven yourself to be a selfish prick.
I tried. TSA took it away from me at the airport.
Come on.
I bet they made it all the way back to his house.
What?
I can't get there because my microphone's dead.
Your microphone is dead. All right, we've got the beers in front of us, and we got to get right to it. We're running a little short on time. We have tasted the black IPAs from Moskovitz,
American Black Ales,
and Zanishev,
or Black American Ales,
and everybody has cast their votes.
Casted it.
Yeah. And I think we're ready to reveal the votes, and then, of course, as always, we'll go around and figure out why people voted the way that they did.
Can we bring back the soundboard?
You want your drum roll?
Yeah.
Yeah. Graham brought his kids, and I brought Doc. No, I can't. It's not here. I don't know why it's not saved on my thing, but it's not. Sorry. You can do it with your mouth if you want. All right, Moscow, mark these down. I'll start reading the ballots. We have a lot of ballots because we brought in some extra people today. We have some guests in the studio. The first vote, and I won't read, or should I just read who they're from as we do it? Why not?
Yeah, because, why not?
I'll just do votes, and then we'll find out who they're from as we go. The first vote is for beer B. That's B. All right.
B as in B.
The second vote is for beer A. For those of you keeping track at home, we're now even.
Are you sure? Can you recheck?
Should get our accountants to audit this.
Ballot count.
The third vote,
hanging chads,
is for A.
What does that make us at now? I don't even know.
I think that the next vote, even though there are two votes on it, it looks to be that it is a vote for B. But I'm gonna set this ballot aside in case there's a dispute in the future.
What retard couldn't vote? Couldn't write one letter down.
I mean,
is it Doc?
It
Doc,
never ceases to amaze me, the staff of the Brewing Network. They cannot follow simple instructions by putting one letter on a fucking ballot.
Not even complicated.
I have two in this single ballot. I have an A with the word aroma and two arrows pointing down. And then I have the letter B with the word aroma with an arrow pointing up. A single arrow pointing up. I don't have a legend to know what the arrows mean. And then I have the word winner.
Well, it's all clear. Just look at the arrows.
Was it a big arrow pointing up?
It was the same size as the other two arrows. So, someone please submit a legend so that I know how to read this.
I think if you hold the paper sideways, they're actually pointing left and right, not up and down.
You might be right. Yeah, please put that on the camera so the folks watching live can see.
Canva, put that on still stored.
Okay. The next vote is for B.
You sure?
Yes, that one. Somebody followed instructions. The next vote, B. Oh, someone with the letter A is getting nervous.
Apparently, people in this room don't have palettes.
The next vote, which also has other writing on it, but at least that writing got scribbled out.
So you have to read it?
Is B. Wow. How many people in this room vote, like, for presidents and shit? Because it's your fault that these things
clearly
go wrong.
Clearly, a lot of people.
It doesn't count.
A lot of pregnant chads up in this bitch.
The next vote is for B. There are 2 votes left, Moscow. Does A have a chance in your tally?
No, we're at 6 for B and 2 for A right now.
The next one is A. And the final one is B.
That's a 7-3 final vote.
7-3. Please tell us who brewed beer letter B. Drumroll, please.
Yours truly, Moscow.
Moscow brewed B. Moscow just beat Jamil, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Round of applause. Now,
don't you feel like a throne fight?
Do what?
Doesn't it feel like a throne fight?
Yeah, somebody bought him off, for sure.
Now, top of the 5th, you go down, you take a dive. Now, Jamel, I don't mean this to be rude.
What the fuck were you thinking?
Arrogant
But
jerk.
it will be. Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
stick it in.
After tasting them, every Brewcaster challenge, I've had a tough time picking a beer.
Right.
I thought it was going to be a unanimous B vote on this one.
There you go.
A had, well, we'll get to it as we go, but I genuinely, I was like, I don't know that anyone's going to vote for A on this one. And I don't mean that to be mean. There are some, we'll talk about them as we go around the room.
It could have been the nasty hops I used.
Did you say, were those aged or something?
No, those are...
All right, I'm going to withhold the rest of my... We'll find out about that as we go. I'll withhold the rest of my opinion, because there's a lot to talk about these 2 beers. We're going to go right to Chris Graham, our old friend from More Beer, our wonderful sponsor, and our good friend who's... several of your friends have met your babies for the first time tonight. What are the twins called?
Yeah. Thanks for calling me in when I'm most tired. and the only way you got me here was teasing me with trying Jamil's beer.
Yes.
I was like, oh, yeah, taste Scott's beer and Jamil's beer. I'm like, oh, well, that's cool. I haven't had a Jamil homebrew in a long time.
Too bad we ripped that out from under you.
Yeah, that was the bait and switch. I have my 2 10-month-old twins right here who are past their bedtime, so I can hear them crying through the studio glass.
What are the twins' names?
Porter and Charlotte.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Beautiful babies you have.
You remember now that's a boy and a girl?
I did. Yeah. I was like, yeah, bring the girls over. I'd love to meet them. And he's like, dude, one's a boy. Whatever. I don't know. They're babies.
Right now.
So you're...
That can change.
Thanks, Doc.
There was an article about a Taiwanese 6-year-old who went through gender reassignment.
Way to have confidence.
You're totally socially conditioning your kid's gender assignment, man. Way to go. You don't want to let them be free and choose it themselves?
I'll let them listen to this on repeat over and over and
You're
over.
progressive.
Right.
You don't even know it.
Jamil, this is something awful.
So you voted B.
I did, and I'm the one with the lots of scribbles, but not the arrows.
Okay, yeah, I did. Let me
I
go
was
back
told we were judging, so I took notes.
Okay.
Then I realized scribble them out, because you can't figure out how to read those. So.
Yeah. So you voted for beer B, which was Moscow's beer. Why did you vote this way? It's okay, you can be honest.
Not only was B actually pretty tasty.
Yeah.
Nice head retention, nice aroma. It was pretty damn bad.
Yeah. What was...
Hold on here. You're talking about head retention. Both have head retention.
Yeah.
And, all that's fine.
Yeah, but
I think
one's good and one's not good.
The difference is the hops. The hops.
Head retention?
Yeah.
Yeah, one has head retention, but the other has a better head retention.
I changed a lot of diapers today. This smells similar to some of them.
Oh, no.
When your kid eats something piney smelling.
So specifically, what is wrong with A, in your opinion? What flavor characteristics are you picking out that are no good?
Cat pee is kind of a character in there.
Okay. Yeah,
just not goodness.
Just not good.
Yeah.
I got...
if you have nothing nice to say, you shouldn't say anything.
Well, it's okay. We're here to learn. And Jamel will be able to discuss some of these.
I have heard it's the hops that did it, so I'd like to learn about these hops.
About those.
Yeah.
Just in case future, as we go down the judges, in case anybody else picked it up, the first thing I got both in the aroma and the flavor was petroleum also. Now that you mentioned the cat piss, I'll give you that too. I'm picking that up too. But I got just a heavy, like petroleum characteristic.
I want
from the
to
beer.
clarify something too, just for all the masses, that I heard it earlier. He did not use more beer equipment in the brewing of
That's correct.
said beer.
Nor did he use more beer ingredients.
Yes,
I used more beer counter pressure filler to fill the.
You might want to throw that away.
The filler. All right, so Chris Graham, his vote plainly lies on B, and B it wasn't just a lesser of two evils, if I'm understanding right. You actually like the beer.
It is tasty. It's a bit roasty, but overall it's good beer.
Okay. Now this, of course, was a more beer kit created by Dose. Beer number B.
Oh, isn't that convenient?
Wow.
I'll take my $20 check and go.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Doc while we're on that side of the table, and of course, Doc, like myself, had voted for Jamil to win in our betting. How did you vote in the actual tasting?
I voted for B.
Moscow's beer again.
It started off with the aroma, and it was just.
What did you get in that?
Oh my fucking god!
What specifically?
The fucking part.
Hippie chick armpit.
Is that why you were smelling your own armpit?
Well, yeah, but I couldn't smell my own ass, so I couldn't really tell.
Jamil, can you talk to your friends at the BJCP and see if we can get hippie chick armpit?
Absolutely.
And I've gone back to it. It's like
flavor wheel.
And I've been there. I've been here.
You've been to Burning Man, yes.
Yeah.
I've been in hippie chick armpit.
Any other flavor descriptors that other folks who haven't been around hippie chicks might
I
know?
just started with the first part was I couldn't get past the smell, and it was just so different in the two. The first one was that, and the second was kind of
what in the smell though. In A, give me something other than hippie chick armpit, like a real flavor descriptor that people might.
Well, you guys could say cat piss.
Okay,
it's past that.
Yeah, the armpit thing really, if you smell it, thinking BO,
it's a little BO.
Got BO.
Oh, it's
for sure.
Oh, well, smell you and smell that.
Look at Moscow getting all uppity over there, Jamil.
Hey, I'm committed to accuracy.
No, it is. It's freaking armpit.
Yeah, I'll give you a little bit of BO, but I still get a heavy petroleum. Is still
She's not blonde,
predominant
okay?
thing. Okay.
It tastes.
But yeah, but it just it's just that was the first one. The taste not so different. But it was, that first smell was just
okay.
I couldn't get past that part. The body and the mouthfeel are very similar. The roastiness, not bad. But it just I could not get over that first part, and you got to attribute all that to the hops.
So was B the lesser of two evils, or did you find B to be a good beer?
No, actually, I kind of like B.
Okay.
I have no problem voting for B. And it was not just the smell or that, but yeah.
Okay.
I thought it was a better beer.
All right. While we're on this side of the desk, let's go to Paul Brown, and let's find out how he voted. Paul, I don't see your name on any of these ballots. If I had to guess,
that's because mine has all the arrows.
I thought you were one of the smart guys in the studio. You have
I didn't know we were gonna.
Well, then let me clarify. Was your vote for B or for A?
For B.
Okay.
See, it says winner under the B.
He says it now,
I
right?
did see that, but like I said, you didn't provide me with a legend so that I could see.
I didn't know
each
we were like going
meant.
through a couple, style guidelines and maybe.
All right.
Anyway,
you voted for B.
I did,
and tell us why.
Again, it started with the aroma.
Okay.
I mean, the hop aroma on A is something I don't want to have in a dark beer.
Okay. What was
maybe
what specifically did you get from the aroma? If you had a descriptor,
when you first smelled it, it took your head back. I don't know. It
was a bit pungent in that way. Yeah.
Way too pungent.
Okay.
So
not what you would expect from like a hoppy IPA aroma. Is that why it was offensive? Because IPAs could have a big aroma, right?
Right. But it wasn't something I want to. I didn't want to drink it.
It was off.
But once you tasted it, it was pretty good. But
okay.
the aroma was not what I wanted.
I'll kind of give you that too. Now the doc kind of mentioned that also, that when I took the first taste of the two, I thought, wow, these are these are pretty similar. In fact, I even made the comment at the break, did I get two of the same beers? The aromas were completely different. But that first taste, they were quite similar. But the second taste, they really began to distance themselves from each other, I thought.
Right.
They tasted
the
different.
colors were the same.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, they're both.
I even
very
thought
good.
the head was the same. In fact, Jamil mentioned, hey, they both had good head retention. They both had a slightly tinted, like a tan color head to them, right?
Right.
But ultimately, the aroma obviously was different, and then the flavor differentiated as well.
Correct.
And B was better, in your opinion.
better. I mean,
would you call it a real black IPA? B?
Yes, I would call B a real black IPA. When I tasted it, it was like I was kind of looking for any fermentation problems. Didn't catch any of those.
Okay.
So I thought it was fermented really well.
Do you feel like there were fermentation things that you could pick out of A? Or was it an ingredient?
I think it was an ingredient.
Okay.
I mean,
this is all we're all just guessing, of course, but
because the aroma is so overpowering in A.
All right.
It's tough to get past that.
Okay. Let's go to Tasty. I've got Tasty's ballot in front of me. How did you vote, Tasty?
Well, I voted for B, like the other 7 people here that joined me.
Okay.
Yeah, but, both are, true to color, true to have nice carbonation level. A appears to be victim of just picked up all the grassiness character out of the hops. Could have been because of the low boil character.
Okay.
Didn't get as much isomerization as it got, like Vegemization or something like that. It just didn't get any of the.
Did we just coin a new phrase?
Yes.
Well,
didn't get any of the oils and acids out of the hops. It just got the vegetative part.
It's kind of like it's almost like we're just making shit up now, but it's almost like the wet dog effect, where like nothing converts or changes into those flavors that we expect. It's just the initial sort of, I got these things wet, and whatever fell off it came into the beer.
Yeah, I don't think any of the good part of the hops made it into the beer. Just the bad part is what I'm getting.
Okay.
And then B is really actually a well-made, clean fermented beer, and
I like
in
how
style.
surprised we all are about that, but yeah.
I think I said in the last episode, I think that Scott's hitting his stride and perfectly capable of making a well-fermented beer.
Moscow, your beer is volumes better than the beer I presented for my Brewcaster challenge. In terms of how it's fermented and how it was treated, like the things Tasty are saying, volumes better than the beer that I presented. It's really a well-made beer, I think.
Thanks. It's weird, too, because you have the whole Cadillac equipment set up over there.
Yeah, I got it all, man.
And I have like a 5-gallon Home Depot bucket.
Right.
Well, Justin Bieber ruins a Lamborghini. It's just, it doesn't make you a better driver.
All right. Anything else, Tasty?
That's about all I can say, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I want to jump over to JP for the next one.
Am I the center's fucking square over here?
Well, I need a side for A.
Let's
and
do it.
JP, you voted for A.
I did vote for A, as a matter of fact.
Tell us why. You needed the points.
I needed the points. I sandbagged this whole thing. I feel like if Jamil... No. Honestly, I judged them as 2 IPAs that should be black, which is really what I perceived the style to be. I felt B had too much of a mouthfeel, had a creaminess that I didn't really think belonged there. And I went with A despite all its faults. Because I felt it represented an IPA that was black better than B did.
So you went strictly on style. If this was a BJCP competition,
I tried,
and we gave you 8 black IPAs, you would just go through the style, and A met the style guidelines, in your opinion.
That's what. That's what I thought we were. Yeah.
Is it just because it was hoppier?
It's okay. I'm not saying that's a bad method.
Yeah. I was just saying, is what because it's hoppier.
Well, in other words, why was A closer to style?
Because the B had a creaminess and a mouthfeel that I felt didn't belong in IPAs.
I see.
Yeah. But it was a good beer. When no one's discounting that because obviously you won. But that's why I voted the way I did, because I felt it was closer to an IPA that is black.
Okay.
Then
you found B to be a good beer. Did you find A, the beer that you voted for, to be a good beer?
No.
Okay.
No.
But it met
it was very
Of course not.
It was tart, and it did kind of have a funky smell, but I didn't get BO. I didn't get a lot of things that everybody else was getting, so I wasn't as super offended by it. It was fine. I mean, put it on tap anywhere, and it'll sell because you put IPA after anything, and it's marketing at this point, so everyone will buy it.
Okay.
Well, I clean the line after that.
You might throw the line out after that, but yes, people will still buy it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other 2 votes for A I have are unnamed, and I think those are our Canadian guests in the room.
Yay, Canada!
That's 2 more votes for A for Jamil's beer. Would either of you like to tell us why you voted for A?
We did.
What is that about?
Yeah.
This is Andy.
Your story. Honestly, it's the same as JP was saying. To me, A tasted more like what an IPA should taste like. Not that B wasn't bad. It was a good beer. But I'm expecting a hoppy aroma. I'm expecting and I did get the cat piss and the celery seed. I get that quite strongly.
Okay.
But yeah.
But you felt that was maybe closer to what a black IPA might taste like anyway.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
What would a black guy taste like?
I second that.
I don't know.
And
it's Destiny, right? Did I get that right? Yeah. I was like stripper
No
name.
escaping.
Oh yeah, Destiny. I was trying to remember what it was.
Destiny to the center mic, please. All the way from Canada.
Destiny, did you anything to add, or your sentiments were basically the same? That it just was closer to what you thought a black IPA would taste like. Yeah.
Absolutely, and just I think it depends the hops you like.
And she says it depends on what hops you like. Do you like the hops that are in A?
I do. Yeah,
You do.
I think it's
Simcoe. I would guess. We don't know yet, but I'm guessing Simcoe too, and you're a Simcoe fan. Okay. All right. Okay. Chaz. Now, Chaz voted for the winner. He voted for B. Chaz, anything different than what we've discussed that you'd like to add that you picked up in the flavors? You can grab Moscow's mic there.
Well, I did vote for B, but I kind of saw what JP was saying, that if I were to smell, A kind of has a lot more hop pronounced character, so it kind of lends to more an IPA style, where B kind of straddles the more porter kind of character. But I still voted for B because I thought it was a better beer.
A better beer, yeah.
Like the body odor in A, and I didn't go as far as hippie, but I did pick out body odor as a...
Doc has been there. I don't know if you knew that.
I guess I haven't slept with any hippies, but that's before my generation.
He just called Doc not choosy and old.
All right. Fair enough. I can't wait to find out what Jamil thinks of the 2 beers. To me, I disagree with Chaz and JP that B is not like a black IPA. I think it actually it's hoppy. And
that's pretty typical.
It has some crisp flavors to it. It's not as malty as a porter or something like that. I'm interested to find out what Jamil thinks about that too. All right, let's go to Susie and find out what Susie thinks. Susie, how did you vote?
I voted for B.
Okay, also voted for B.
Love you, Susie.
And why?
Who's dead to me?
Beer A, I agree with them, was more traditional to IPA style, but there was a slight astringent taste to it that wouldn't allow me to drink it, whereas B let me finish the whole thing.
Yeah.
I want more.
And you want more?
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Back it up.
I'm kind of surprised it was an extract kit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How so?
I don't know. I just feel like I forget that you can still brew really good beer on extract as opposed to just doing everything on your own on all grain.
So to me, that means that it kind of ferments out in a way that doesn't leave that kind of residual sweetness and stuff that you might expect out of extract. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with that you could have easily said, actually, I brewed all grain, and I don't think anybody would have argued.
Absolutely.
That's interesting because that was the one concern that I had when I tasted the wort before I kegged it, was that, or not the wort, but the before it was carbonated, was that it kind of tasted a little sweet. And I think the carbonation helped a lot with that, but I thought maybe, this did not get attenuated properly.
Well, it is a good point that you make. Carbonic acid does add to that, and it's not going to mask an under-attenuated beer. But, sometimes when you think it's still sweet, it'll cover that. It'll go exactly where it should be. Did you reach terminal gravity? In other words, did you calculate what it's supposed to be, and did you get there?
I think I got there. I got to the target of where I was supposed to be.
You did.
Close,
you finished where you were targeting.
Yeah.
Okay. Which was what? Do you remember? 10-10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. What did you get down to?
I did not measure.
You did? That's right.
Wow, see, role reversal. It feels weird.
And I can't believe I'm asking these questions with no answers from Jamil too. They're so common to me. Like, what was the? He'll just pull them out of. He'll know. He always knows.
I don't know.
All right. The last vote that came out of this was down to me, and as you probably already know, I also voted for B. The aromas were very different. Like I said, the predominant thing for me was petroleum. It just was a weird. The thing is, I've had that problem with IPAs.
Put, like Vaseline up your nose?
Well, it's similar to that.
We do live in Martinez, by the way.
I have had this problem with IPAs for years, that there are certain ones that have a plasticky petroleum aroma and taste to me, and I'm pretty sensitive to it. And it just stood out right away in A. Like I said, that initial taste of each one was kind of close, but then the petroleum really came back in A after a couple more sips, and whereas in B, and in fact maybe it's some of the creaminess that JP was talking about that kind of evened it out, that made it a much more enjoyable beer. I don't think it was like a porter or anything else. I felt it was bitter like an IPA, and it ended up tasting, it just was a good beer. And there's something wrong. I'm curious to find out what you think it is with A. I don't think it's an infection. I don't think it's how you fermented it. I just think there's something making some of those weird flavors. So, those are our votes. Our winner, which, by the way, fucking sucks for me, because now in the losers bracket, I have Nathan, I have Jamil,
you see how much effort I put into it, so you got nothing to worry from me.
I got Plissé. Oh, my God. So the losers bracket is now, I think, more competitive, by the way, than the winners bracket. I'm just going to throw that out there.
You guys are vying for last place.
Jamil, before you tell us what went wrong, tell us how you brewed this beer.
Everything that went right.
We don't know how you brewed this beer.
Well, all right. And I think the issue with it is the hop choice.
Okay.
And those are Mosaic hops. Nothing but Mosaic.
No, that's interesting.
And Mosaic it's got a stink to it. I should have. My initial gut feel was I should go with Citra and Simcoe or Citra and Amarillo, which I have access to all, some great hops. And then I've got this like sample bag of Mosaic, and I'm like, well, I'll just go with that. And I threw that in, and I think that's where you're getting that stink, because I think that the malt character, I think that the fermentation, all that stuff of the beer is actually quite good.
Okay,
I don't think that there's a problem there, and that's despite
your best efforts.
My guess is that's probably a 9% beer.
You know what? Oh, really?
Yeah,
9% on that too. Yeah,
over 8.
I have had a commercial all Mosaic beer. It's an experimental beer they did. Now that you say that,
it's Mosaic.
That's the character.
And that was the mistake I made. Was going with that. And originally I was going to do 3 different beers, 3 different hops, and do like Amarillo in one, Citra in another, maybe Simcoe or Mosaic in another, and then see which one I liked best. If I liked one of those, great, or blend them. And so I'll tell you, my wort production here, I geared up with my can opener. I opened the can, I poured it into the carboy, into the better bottle, and then I hit it with water from the hose, shook it up, and then I added my yeast.
Wait.
That was my production of my wort.
Never hit heat?
No heat at all.
No heat at all. What I used was a Mr. Beer, can kit, right? It's pre-hopped. It's, pre-bittered, all that, right? So I used their Winter Dark can.
Wow.
I used 3 of them. I had 3, and then, like I said, I was going to divide it into 3 different beers, but then I didn't have time. So what I did was I just poured 2 in. I'm like, well, 2 should be about right for like 4 gallons.
And the 2 were the same recipe? Like the cans were the same?
All Winter Dark cans. So 2 would be right for 4 gallons, because 1 is like 2 gallons, 2 for 4 gallons. And I'm like, well, yeah, maybe a little stronger. So I opened the 3rd can. I wasn't getting all the extract out of the cans. I was just kind of half-assing it, and so there was quite a bit left in there. I'll tell you this. I did not follow their instructions. Had I followed their instructions, it probably would have been a much better beer, a winning beer. But so I poured those two in there, and I'm like, fuck it. I got a third can. I opened that, and I poured that in, too.
Okay.
So, like I said, it's probably like 8%, 9%.
And this is basically just like when you open the can, it's essentially like an extract.
It's like extract in a can, and they've
it's been boiled and hopped. Okay,
yes,
all right.
It's boiled, hopped, everything.
It's already boiled, so he doesn't have to.
Right. No
and
boil
so I poured it in. We've got a filtered water at the brewery. It's just carbon filtered.
Yeah.
So I took the hose and ran it into the better bottle.
Was it a green
shook
hose?
It up. No.
Okay. It was a proper hose.
It's the same hose we use for transferring our brew water.
Was it hot water?
No, it was cold. It was just tap temperature.
How did this stuff even dissolve? I'm just picturing this gooey mess.
Well, the yeast worked on it a bit. And I pitched the yeast, and I slammed it up against the cold box wall, where it was about 2 degrees cooler than the middle of the brewery.
Wow.
And then let it ferment.
And even that, you said you didn't do a starter or anything.
Nothing. Just a pitched slug of yeast. Had I paid a little more attention to that might have improved it somewhat. But I still think, actually, the fermentation is good. I think the malt character is good. I think the bittering is good. I think the balance. I think the low roastiness is actually really good. I think it's actually that's a damn fine black IPA right there. And the problem was I threw the Mosaic in it instead of the other hops.
As dry hop.
Yeah. And I put in a lot.
Okay.
I put in a massive amount.
Were you thinking in the amount that maybe it wasn't hopped enough as a pre-hopped?
No, I just figured, screw it. It's IPA.
You can go for it.
Go for it. Put as much in as you can, right? So I just got like a big glass from the brewery, from the tasting room, poured it in there, and just slammed all that in.
So that's 2 pieces of brewing equipment he's used.
Yeah.
The glass and the hose.
Right. Oh, yeah, right. From the brewery.
A professional brewing equipment.
Professional equipment. So I think that's where, it went a little south. But if you like Mosaic, if you like that kind of character, and a lot of people do.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't.
But
Doc says a lot of people don't.
I think you don't like IPAs anyways.
Right.
So I think that hoppy character, a lot of people are into, people like Summit. People like all sorts of hops that other people just don't like.
Well,
so I think, had I gone with my original plan of different hops into 3 different batches and maybe doing some different yeast and things like that, it would have turned out great. But so my point being,
you might have won.
My point being, I spent about 5 to 10 minutes making this beer.
This is where I'm insulted.
If I had used different hops in this, y'all would have been saying, "Hey, that's pretty good." Right? You wouldn't have said it came from a can. Would anyone say that came from a can?
No, I wouldn't say that, no.
Right.
No, because none of the other, although not that we would know what those problems are, but none of the other problems, nobody mentioned fermentation, nobody mentioned sweetness, nobody mentioned any of the things you might even expect. Actually, forget a can, that, like Susie mentioned, that you might even expect from an extract batch.
Right. Yeah, if I had said that was all grain brewing, nobody would question it.
Right.
Well.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
You'd say, well, it's stinky hops. Okay.
No, there's no graininess. There's no.
Yeah, but there was
you could
no
tell.
other off flavors. There was no.
Get on that mic. Get on that mic.
Justin was saying how there was no body issues. There was no under attenuation, which you would expect with extract brewing,
right?
And we didn't. Nobody commented on that.
Well, no, you wouldn't expect that. I mean, Moscow didn't have any of those things.
Right, but that's the point. So a lot of times people are bagging on these, kit in a can things. And what I'm here to say is the people making that extract in those cans know what they're doing, and they make a quality product.
Right.
And they're fine to work with. You can start with something like that and focus on fermentation, and you can make a really nice beer.
Yeah. Why do they get such a bad rap?
Because that's where people start. And when people start, they don't know dick about fermentation, and they don't care about fermentation. And so they'll sprinkle a half a packet of, dead yeast on there, and then it very slowly sort of ferments. But if you pitch like an active starter into one of these things, and I've done it before, it turns out quite nice. And, nobody says, oh, this is from a can. Nobody says this is extract. Nobody says any of that stuff. They just think it's fine. And in this case, my fault was, the choice of hops. But
maybe
other than that, I think, it actually turns out quite a nice beer. And you'd be surprised. Well, if you are short on time to make a black IPA, I'm telling you, if you get like this winter dark kit from the Mr. Beer, it's made by Coopers in Australia, it turns out just fine. Just follow the instructions and maybe use hops that you like, for your dry hopping. Right. And I'm telling you, you pitch good yeast, you'll turn out quite a nice beer. You'll be shocked at how good it turns out. I think everybody should give it a try. You'd be surprised. Everyone's got this poo-poo idea about, kit in a can, but that's because people start out with it. They put in 5 pounds of sugar, table sugar, and, 1 kit can.
Yeah.
If you go with their premium cans and follow the proper way of doing it, it'll turn out a fine beer, I think.
I can't say I can argue with you based on that example.
It'll turn out a second place beer.
I'd like to see Justin do it.
I kind of that's part of the thing is I'm going, well, I'm kind of a convert now because not only am I lazy like Jamila's turned into, but I'm kind of tired of screwing it up anyway. So if I can brew like this pale ale that I've been looking to brew for the last 10 years just by pouring a can into my carboy,
or 2 or 3.
I'm all about it. Yeah, or 2 or 3. I'm all about it.
Certain people could do that.
But
pay attention to sanitation. You need help.
Sanitation
on that.
was not my problem, and neither was a yeast starter or any of the things that should set me up for success with a can.
Says you.
You should have succeeded a long time ago.
That's my point.
Can you use a can opener and a hose?
But yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're ready.
Jamil understands. I'm taking out all the variables of.
Right. You get to focus on fermentation, and that's where beer is made.
Can I say that the chat room is appalled
at the audacity of Jamil?
They're actually really upset, and they want a rematch. They're saying all kinds of things. I wish Jamil had taken the hop seriously and won.
I did take the hop seriously, but
I think it's bullshit that he didn't even try.
But he did try. Right. The guy wasn't allowed to. Now here, I'll give you this.
Well, and I have another beer.
There's so many other. Yeah. So I'm just putting it out there. Be wary of that. So we should
have another beer. I made 2. Do you want to taste the other one?
Yeah. Did you use different hops?
Is it better than this one?
Did you try?
Yeah, so here's the thing is if you're forced with certain constraints, your best option is something like
I have a lot of constraints.
Kit in a can.
Yeah,
that's gonna be the best beer.
All right, let me just pour that beer. Let's do, and you can tell us.
You don't want to drink a lot of
but
this.
Let me just say this: Jamil was forced not to boil.
Right.
Pour yourself a small amount.
I'm not defending the guy. I'm saying. I think it's a pretty clever method to go.
I think it's
clever
option.
to go, you know what? Fuck it. If I can't boil, why not use something that's already been boiled?
I'll show you what not boiling gets you.
I mean, I think that's smart. Yeah. I don't even think he's duping you. No. I think he's going, oh, okay, this has been boiled.
Yeah, there's something that's made to that I don't have to do this.
And I'll show you what not boiling gets you. That's the beer coming around.
Oh, so this
so all you people in the chat room, please. Who do you think you're talking to here?
Okay, so this is not from a can.
No, this is again extract, but all the steeping grains and all that, not boiled,
but heated.
Huh?
Yeah, we used hot water.
You used hot water. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't understand.
So this one you didn't just dump a can and add water.
No.
You actually added some heat to it.
I put more effort into.
All grain beer.
Okay. All you people want me to do more effort? I did.
You did.
It wasn't all grain. I used some Brice extract because that is, I believe, gets a boil to it. So the extract is fine, but all right. So specialty grains, I did not measure them, but I don't think it made. I don't think it made a difference.
But you tried
and steep them, and then add that steeping liquor to the that, and I threw in a handful of Apollo into with the steep because I couldn't boil, and I knew it needed to be bitter. Okay. How bitter is that? That is not boiled. That did not go over maybe 140, 150 degrees.
It looks like shit. First of all,
right, because it wasn't boiled.
Well, this, and I'm giving this as a testament to the cans, because at least your other beer looked fine.
It wasn't boiled.
It didn't break down the proteins and stuff.
Oh, bro, yeah,
right.
They won't clear.
I'm scared.
So a couple things you can learn from that. One is
that's bad.
Oh, it's so bad. Well, and this is what not
this is
boiling
my beer.
gets
This
you.
is Evil Twin brewed by Justin.
It's wordy.
This is not boiled, and you get that. If you're steeping grains and you don't boil that shit, that's what you get. That right there.
It's thin. It's peppery.
It's
tart.
These were Galaxy hops in this one.
It has the same tartness that I get out of the A beer that I get out of this.
Well, massive dry.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't get that at all.
So the other thing is, how bitter is that?
It's fairly bitter.
It's bitter, but it's coupled with
there's no boil. There were no hops added other than to the steeping liquid.
I see what you mean.
It's not a hopped extract.
It tastes like children's chewable Tylenol. You ever had those little orange pills?
Yes. Good call.
But that's what no boil gets you.
Children's chewable Tylenol.
Right.
That's how they make it, Justin.
So all you people in the chat room who think I didn't do it,
you did.
I did.
I knew you would.
That's what you get.
I knew you couldn't.
So you have to choose something like a kit in a can, something completely pre-boiled and ready to go.
Yeah.
That's the only way to really do this sort of challenge.
So then the lesson is that there really does have to be a boil.
Of some kind.
Yeah.
Because we did talk in the beginning, Jamil, like maybe there is a way around it but you're now saying you don't think so.
If you use just an extract that's boiled, and Olin at More Beer, I have a few friends too. Told me, he said, use the Brice extract because it is boiled and some other extracts are not boiled.
Oh yeah, okay.
And that so you could you'll get away with not doing a boil. If I had gone with just the Brice extract and then just the hopping, I think it might have turned out better.
So
did you show this on the
camera?
camera?
There's a huge amount of tannins and stuff in that like that from the hops. And a huge amount of proteins as well. And that's where you're getting all that cloudiness from.
Okay.
So the chat responds and say, well, why stop at 140? It's not a boil till 212, so why not do 195 or 200 or 180?
Yeah, I don't think it would have made any difference at all.
None.
The only reason I think, because I really don't think we would have gotten hot break and coagulation. The only reason I was concerned about going hotter was to get the bittering. But see how much bittering's in there?
You got that.
Yeah, just going at a lower temperature.
Just not the break. Which are the things Tasty was mentioning he was concerned about with the no boil too.
Yep.
So
that's the problem with that. But it sort of made beer. I mean, it fermented. It made alcohol.
It did.
It's hoppy.
It's not drinkable.
And it's darkish.
It's a good first beer to me.
Right. But you see how good the kit in a can is.
Yeah.
You see how good that turns out in comparison to, I spent, 10 times more effort on the other one than I did on the kit in the can. The kit in the can was easy. I poured it into the fermenter.
Yeah.
I added water. I shook it up. I added yeast. That was it. And then I dry hopped it with the wrong hops later on.
For my own benefit, I kind of want to saddle you with having to do kit in a can for the losers bracket. Also,
I think you should.
However,
everyone should be doing kit in a can for the losers bracket.
Yes. Maybe we should.
Always.
That's a good idea. And then only giving us, just like you did with your failed choice of Mosaic, only giving us the option to dry hop how we wish. Of course, yeast, pitch how we ferment how we want to. That might be a good.
I'm telling you.
I'm actually just looking to save myself from having
all you folks out there who poo-poo the kit in a can. I think you should, challenge yourself, give it a try, and you'd be shocked at how well that turns out.
Right.
Because again, it's people making these things that actually know quite a bit about making beer.
Yeah.
They're not. It's not somebody making in a molasses factory making crap. It's a brewery that's making these cans and concentrating it down and then putting it in the can. And it's, it can be decent beer.
You've said that before, and other people talking to us about extract. I think Chris Graham and Olin have said that before, but I don't think it ever really hit home like like this example hits home. And you're right. These people They're better at mashing than I am.
Yep.
So
well, and all these people who were, they assume, you're brewing with extract and specialty grains. Every time somebody comes in and talks to me, they say they're home brewer. They go, but all I'm doing is extract and steeping grains. I want to go all grain. It's like, you don't have to.
Right.
You can make great beer with extract and steeping grains.
I think I proved that tonight.
Not quite.
That's true.
But he did make a good beer with extract and steeping grains.
Exactly.
So
he made a winning beer with extract. It doesn't matter.
And you absolutely can.
Yeah.
And so, this focus on, I have to go all grain. That's the only way it'll be better. The reason that all grain brewers turn out better beer is because they've invested a lot more effort and time, and they're really passionate about it, so they tend to pay attention to fermentation and sanitation and packaging and things like that, and that's where the beer is really made.
I just had a thought as we're talking about
I think everyone should have to do it. Every brewcaster needs to be making a kit.
The Brewing Network has a club.
What's it called?
What's it called?
Has won Homebrew Club of the Year for 3 years in a row now. And there's a lot of bitching about that. Oh, it's just sheer numbers. What if this year we made a mandate to our club?
Oh, this is good.
You can only enter beers that are either all extract or kit in a can. You can do no all grain brewing. You cannot do any of the stuff you normally do. You can only enter beers into the National Homebrew Competition, first round and second round, brewed from extract kits. Whether they be the full-on hopped one that Jamil did or the version that Moscow did. What if we do that and we still win?
Yeah. Can you imagine how pissed people are going to be then?
I think the gauntlet has been thrown. And for all you out there that know what a gauntlet is, brew on.
I'm just throwing it out there. I will let the Brewing Network Homebrew Club mull it over and see if they're up to the challenge.
We should talk about it at our next meeting.
But I will say this. Yeah. Moscow's beer was a good beer.
Yes.
Jamil's beer would have been a good beer if it weren't for Mosaic.
Yeah, it was just the hop problem.
And
I
maybe
think otherwise.
I don't know how we can say that.
Well, we could prove it in the National Homebrew Competition.
I think we should. That's what. I think we should. Absolutely.
Can you imagine if not only did we win, which pisses people off enough, but it was all with things that they assume are lesser caliber beers.
Everybody go out, get yourself the Winter Dark kit from Mr. Beer, and then dry hop it with something you like.
Something else.
And, you do it in your carboy. You don't need the little barrel and all that. But good pitch of yeast, good fermentation practices, and, proper dry hopping, and then everybody enter that in competition.
I can't stand by that.
It would be a slap in the face.
And you have to name the beer Mr. Something.
They're all Mr. IPA, Mr. Pale Ale, Mr. Mead, Mr. Everything. What if the Brewing Network Club still won? What if Jamil all these years has been right? Fermentation, fermentation, fermentation. And that's what the Brewing Network Club does best. And we all enter beers out of a can and win the National Homebrew competition.
Mr. Yes, you can.
Yes, Susie Q.
Oh, I had a couple questions in. A lot of people are talking about yeast in the chat room. They were wondering if Jamil can talk about the yeast that he used.
What yeast did you use? Oh, you used a pitch from Heretic, didn't you?
Yeah. I just there was a couple of containers in the lab, had yeast in them.
Okay.
I just used that.
Mosky, what did you use?
2 vials of 001.
Okay. No starter, just pitch 2 vials.
Yes, sir.
No personal yeast?
I think Moscow's fermentation was pretty good, too.
Yeah.
Oh, both of them were.
Temperature controlled? We didn't talk about this because you alluded to it sitting in a closet or something.
It was in my office. I had it in a glass carboy, and then I had the carboy sitting in my boil kettle, and then I had about maybe 6 inches of water in there, and then I had a towel wrapped around the carboys, and then I would dump ice in there every a couple of days.
So the wicking method.
And then a midget wrapped around that.
Did it stay? I know the wicking method works to drop the temperature.
Wicking?
My concern was always that it still would fluctuate. Like if he forgot to add ice, so it's going to be 64 when he adds ice, and then it's going to go up to 68. Did you find that it was consistent?
Yeah, remarkably so. I mean, it's still pretty consistent temperature in my office in the room that it was in. It was on the cool side. And the fact that it was dark because of the towel, and the fact that the boil kettle is steel, so that's kind of a cold. So remarkably, it seemed pretty consistent.
Okay.
How much was your entire brew day from setup to tear down and clean up?
Probably about 1,000 times as long as yours. I mean, hours. 4 hours. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Sure.
Yeah.
3.5 hours maybe.
Mine was minutes. Mine was 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, time you get there, more time unrolling the hose, and putting it back.
That's less time than when I go, hey, Jamil, can you bring me a keg? Because I'm out of beer. You have to pick it up. You got to drive it down here. It takes you longer to bring me professional brewed beer than it would for me to do that method.
Yes.
I could just take the 10 minutes and make my own beer.
I got to ask Mosca, did you clean the kitchen before you brewed?
Before and after.
Yeah. So that counts as the brew day.
Yeah. Well, yes, because I was sanitizing the countertop surfaces upon which I was setting stuff, because that's really what I focused on, was being very careful with sanitation and trying to attempt to control my fermentation temperature. I think you did sanitation, fermentation, that's really all I focused on intently.
Both these brews had no sanitation issues in them.
Right. As we could expect. Certainly from Jamil's side, and Moscow's pretty anal, as it turns out.
Yeah. So your brew day was doubled.
Yeah, and I mean, I am anal, but in my previous brew days, I hadn't been as anal as my personality would suggest when it comes to the sanitation, which is, I don't really have an explanation for it, but it really helped.
It was the competition. You in this case, you were like, I am up against Jamil.
Yeah, I had to step
Whereas Jamil was like, I'm up against Moscow.
That's what happened.
and sanitation wasn't a big thing for me on this one, because I knew the beer was going to be consumed, fairly quickly. So I really didn't do anything. I rinsed some stuff out.
You did sanitize the carboy you dumped everything into, I assume.
Sorta, yeah.
Sorta? Don't you either you do or you don't, right?
Was it like just hot water, or did you put a sanitizing solution in it?
I ran some water from the regular old hose in there, and I dripped in some Star San.
Okay, yeah. So a little solution in there.
Yeah. There you go.
But the can, that's the other thing. I guess the cans, they're all, once it goes into a can, it's like vacuum sealed, and they're,
right. I did use the brewery can opener too, so I guess there you go.
Well, if you would have won, that would have been a difference. But
it was quite nasty, so I actually did kind of rinse it under some water before I used it, because it looked so foul. I thought that would be really bad if that got in the beer.
Now, wait a second. Did you just reveal, are all of Heretic's beers
they're
brewed
all
out
from
of a can?
Yeah.
Is that all Beardy does? He just stands there opening cans all day?
He keeps asking for an electric can opener. I'm telling him, look, we take pride in our process, and the manual can opener produces
craft brewing.
I thought he was just rubbing it out a whole bunch, because his forearm is enormous. He's just constantly cranking that.
There you go. Yeah.
Can
and
opener.
there are commercial breweries that essentially brew from
extract,
kit in a can.
Yeah,
really,
and not just extract.
Yeah, but you don't hear about them.
There's an extract with Pacific Brewing. I guess they won some medals at GABF, didn't they?
Who?
Back in the day.
Pacifico. Yeah, back in the day.
But there's other ones that go from pre-hopped extract.
Okay.
And all they do is add water and yeast, and then they ferment it. And I tell you, if they're not turning out great, I think it's a fermentation issue, issue.
Because I've had some of those, and they're not great. And now you do make me wonder if it's not the extract.
Because I gave you a kit in a can beer before that was like a British English brown ale.
Yeah,
and I fermented it with the West Yorkshire yeast, and it turned out quite good.
That's right.
And we drank the entire thing.
That's right.
It's not the kit in the can. Don't blame the kit in the can for the people who know nothing about brewing and are trying to make beer by sprinkling on a little dry yeast and no sanitation and no temperature control and all that.
Right.
You pitch a nice quality yeast active starter into those things, and you get something good.
All right. Anything else, Suze, from the chat about these beers?
Just a question about a boiling pre-hopped extract. Does that change the profile?
Well, I imagine it would a little bit.
Oh, so if instead of just adding water, if you did actually boil it,
right? I wouldn't do a long boil, but you could. I think you could end up overcoagulating the proteins. I said, good head retention, good body on that. It wasn't thin. The reason people think that extract beers and kit beers are thin is because traditionally people would add a bunch of sugar to it, trying to up the alcohol, and it's going to turn out thin.
Okay.
But if you use an all malt wort, it turns out like an all malt beer.
If it's pre-hopped, do you see a reason that I should boil it? Or should I just do it the way you did?
I don't know.
Just dilute it with water, right? Or as you're supposed to, I mean.
A little hose water. You're off and running.
Well, it's already been boiled. So it's redundant.
Yeah.
Right. It's already been isomer.
What?
Dog.
It's already been isomer. Give me my own fucking mic.
You still don't use it half the time.
You and your mic works. He's just hanging out.
I'm going to come over this table at you.
And drink my awesome beer?
Probably.
That'd be a long shot for old Doc, wouldn't it?
Okay, now you're in the winners category.
No? Uh-oh.
What are you thinking?
Oh, Doc's out to get you now.
I haven't thought about it until now, but now I'm shaking again like I was before we voted.
Listen, the BN as a whole, we don't do anything but kit beers anywhere from here on out. Every interview, every contest, it's all kit beers.
I'm only going to book breweries that do extract beer.
Yeah, well, I'm very, very proud of you, Moscow.
We're going out of business.
I think you turned out a good beer, and I think you're screwed in the next round. But
yeah, what are you going to be doing in the winners bracket?
I think you could do it if you take some good advice.
Right.
Yeah.
I think you need to change up your team, and I could help you out.
Okay, so I'll do a conference call with you and Paul Sangster.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. A couple of Ninkasi winners. We'll throw in Gordon too.
Yeah.
Huh? We'll guide you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the Brewcaster Challenge, Black IPA, Mr. Scott Moskowitz.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How many points did I win?
That was 100 points for you, Jip, on the board.
100?
Yeah, well, because I was the monster underdog here.
Wow. Doc, we could... Jamil fucked us.
Monster underdog.
Jamil with his...
I told you should be even up at worst.
Jamil with his being too cheap to use his good hops, it fucked us over in the point spread.
That's true. Sorry.
I'm still pissed he made me drink his beer.
You have more than me?
All right.
Drinking was okay. Smelling it was not good.
If you need a little relief after this discussion, head over to adamandeve.com right now. And if you use coupon code BNARMY, that's BNARMY, you can get 50% off just about any one item. 3 free adult DVDs in genres such as...
Big boobs.
And...
Blobber glop.
And also...
Redheads.
And maybe...
Anal?
There is anal.
Anal, yeah.
Stinky hippies.
That's right. That one might not be there yet, but I'll request it for you, Doc. Suze, what's your favorite category?
Big boobs.
Susie has a very, very
I
low
don't need
voice.
to look at big boobs in porn. I kind of have some with me all the time.
So which one's yours then?
Group.
There you that a girl. All right. AdamandEve.com, coupon code BNARMY. Plus, you'll get free shipping and a special gift so sensual we can't mention it after we've talked about Extract Brewing all afternoon. So go check out. Use coupon code BNARMY over at AdamandEve.com. Believe it or not, they're a fine supporter of this show, and we'd appreciate it if you supported them. And why go stand in that creepy corner store anyway? I've been in there before, and
Next to Moscow.
I look over there, and Jamil's standing there. He's looking at his weird fetish things. He's staring at me. Who likes that? Do it all online at adamandeve.com. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. When we come back, don't worry, Doc, I've got feedback lined up for you.
I thought you forgot about me.
Plus, just a couple of other things as we get ready for the Great American Beer Festival. Hang in there. It's the session. Congratulations.
Yay. Who wants more of my
Moscow.
beer? Anyone want more?
I got to go.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hi, this is John from Grain & Grape. We've been supplying brewers in Australia for over 20 years, and for all that time we've been working to offer the best products and service around, including free fortnightly all-grain brewing demos, 90 varieties of malted grain from Belgium, Germany, the US, Britain and Australia, equipment from brewmasters, kegerators, beer engines from Crown Urns to the humble brew in a bag, heaps of hops, wye yeast liquid and Fermentus and Danstar dried yeast cultures, fresh wort kits made on the 500-litre Brewmaster right here in the warehouse. We also sponsor and support brewing clubs and comps, the Australian National Home Brewing Conference, Aussie Homebrewer Forum and heaps more. Mostly though, 100 years of brewing experience means that we can give you the best advice on your next recipe, your new system, or that brewing problem that needs a solution. Mention the Brewing Network next time you order online or by phone to receive half-price shipping. Check out grainandgrape.com.au for conditions.
Did you know the Brewing Network's very own Code Right and Fool's son, Ryan Wolf, has opened a beer mecca in Missouri? The Wolfbrow House of Beer has hundreds of beers from all over the world and is conveniently close to I-70 in St. Peter's. Free tastings, Saturdays 4 to 6 p.m., featuring special guests from local breweries. The best build-your-own six-pack around, with every style represented. And kegged craft beer available for your kegerator, too. There's always something new at the Wolfbrow House of Beer. New and hard-to-find beer every week. No two visits are the same, just like passing out at the Rat Pad.
Hi, this is Ryan from Wolfbrow House of Beer. Mention the Brewing Network when you stop in for some cool free stuff. Mention JP for a swift kick in the ass.
The Wolfbrow House of Beer. Beer with personal service from a member of the BN Army.
This is Code. Visit my son's shop or I'll yank the BN website down.
www.wolfbrow.com. Here's a bite for beer lovers. Soft caramel made with real craft brew and coated in chocolate. And Hop Drops, hard candies made with real hop oil. Introducing Beer Candy from beercandy.com. Beer Candy's amazing caramels come in 4 mouth-watering flavors. IPA, bitter gold, wrapped in smooth white chocolate. Lager, made with a familiar beer from Boston and coated in milk chocolate. Lambic, soury Belgian goodness full of fresh raspberry and dipped in dark chocolate. And Stout, roasty cocoa chocolate insanity. Hop Drops are made with Fuggles or Cascade hops and are known as the candy that bites you back. Choose from sampler and full sizes of both and make your mouth jump to life. All at beercandy.com. Hop Drops and beer caramels. Satisfy your sweet tooth as only a beer lover could with Beer Candy. Visit beercandy.com today.
Hey, Wooly, I'm beat. Can we find a nice tree to just hang out in for a while?
You're beat. I've been swinging through this forest for 50 years, ever since we first escaped from the circus. I know, but there's got to be more to life than exploring this creek and trying to populate the valley by copulating with loose, hairy girls. Marquis, stop. Look!
What is that?
It looks like a man-made treehouse.
With fresh food.
And craft beer.
Welcome to the Creek Monkey Tap House, boys. Grab a seat. Creek Monkeys drink free.
Awesome!
The
Creek Monkey Tap House in Martinez, California takes their mission of fresh food and beer seriously. They only serve locally raised beef and chicken, as well as local sustainable produce. It's better for you and the planet, and it just tastes better. The beer and wine at Creek Monkey Tap House are chosen with the same care for the highest quality and rotate frequently to make each visit an adventure. Swing on into the Creek Monkey Tap House and enjoy a new legend of amazing food, beer, and wine. The Creek Monkey Tap House, online at creekmonkey.com.
What'd you get? More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping?
Well, yeah, but...
Oh, the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
The Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
Oh, the wine-making supplies. Oh, the distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah. Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot.
Oh, yeah.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck.
All right.
Hey! What a great Brewcaster challenge that was.
Thank you.
Whether people like it or not. A lot of learning and
it was controversial.
Yeah.
It was very controversial.
A bowl. Yeah.
Hey, I had one last question about method that didn't get mentioned.
Meth?
Just briefly.
Oh, method.
How do I cook it?
Yeah.
No meth.
Carefully.
I purged the carboy.
Phosphate method?
Yeah, go on. The joke died a minute ago.
The secondary, before I racked it over, Doc was like, purge it with CO2 before you do that, get all the oxygen out of there. Which I did, but then Jamil made the point where, because he knew this beer would be consumed quickly, and it crossed my mind too, there's a few things that corners he cut, whatever. Is that a corner I could have cut? Is that just for the longevity of the beer?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Could have cut that.
But I didn't know if you had cold storage. If you can have the finished beer cold, then it's not so much an issue. But he just throws it into like that 1,000 cubic foot thing he has.
It takes 2 minutes. Why not do it?
But with you, if you got to put it's got to be semi-warm for 2 weeks. It might be an issue.
You got to get a semi.
Okay. I actually did have cold. I just took I have a big fridge. I took the shelves out of my fridge and I threw the secondary in there because I was just to crash it,
As a rule, you should always purge as Doc instructed you to in the beginning. And like JP just said, it just takes a minute anyway. However, if it's a one-off beer that you're only bringing us to taste for this judging a couple of days after you kegged it, you wouldn't.
And then
you're
going to throw the rest away.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a black IPA. Now, who wants it?
I would keep. You know what?
You're on my team.
You just made a friend. You know what? Keep that beer a little bit and cold store it. Condition it a little bit. Now it's still young.
Keep it here.
And we liked it. We liked it as a young beer. Yeah. Not too long. It's still an IPA, but I think that in 2 weeks you did purge with CO2. You paid attention to sanitation. If you store it cold, it might be even a little better.
Well, the darker malts have an antioxidant effect too, so it's going to preserve the beer longer too.
Yep. We've said on the show for a long time, don't dump it. There's a point eventually where you should dump it. I have one at my house now. I kept holding on to it until I thought it was going to keep getting better. And
it's not your JP killer, is it?
Sure. No, it was the Nut Brown that the keg was actually really good at SoCal. It was was it a Nut Brown or Northern English Brown?
Northern English
Brown. It was a Doc recipe, and you know what? Fresh. It actually was. I was pretty proud of that beer. It was real nice. The second keg, which I didn't touch again for about 2 months until after SoCal, tapped it. No good. It was bad. It's getting dumb. But yours, I think yours might get good over the next couple. Might get better over the next couple weeks. See, I wouldn't dump it.
Just don't get lazy.
That would mean what?
Well, but it's done. I mean, it's conditioned. It's done. Just put it in the fridge. That's all.
He doesn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what would have happened had I not purged it? After a couple weeks, I would get what?
Cardboard.
Yeah,
oxidated.
You would have gone, that's not what I brewed.
And it might take 2 weeks. It might, that's one of those things you
would drink it for another week until you couldn't anymore, and you wouldn't serve it to your friends, and you just toss it out.
Is that something that's going to happen anyway, even though I purged? It's just delaying it? Yes. Okay. They're nodding.
Well, it's a heavy hop beer. It's going to happen. It's going to peak and then go down.
Okay.
All right, real quick, let me tell you about our friends over at the all-new, in fact, so new that it's not even quite there yet, Melavino Meadery. We played a spot for you earlier in the program. It was our Jersey Shore impression of Melavino Meadery because they're out of Jersey.
Cabs are here.
That's right. My stepdad was from Jersey. Dumont, New Jersey. Well, he's from Brooklyn, but then whatever. But I have a little. That's my weird tie to New Jersey. But Melavino Meadery is New Jersey's first meadery, and you can help them out by going over to Kickstarter.com right now and looking up Melavino. If you're from Jersey, or if you just want to see another new meadery on the market, which I do because I'm liking this good professional mead stuff.
Yeah.
Go over to Kickstarter.com, look up Melavino, and you can contribute and help them become the very first meadery in New Jersey. Founder Sergio Mutella comes from generations of home winemaking, and he's also a home brewer. He's a big fan and a supporter of the BN, and he has been for a long time. And on top of all the rewards on Kickstarter, they'll actually be offering special deals and discounts for BN Army members. So he's looking for a way to give back to the very community that he's been a part of, which is you guys in the BN Army. me. They're almost there. They just need a bit of help getting them to the final stage to bringing their meads to market, which is where you come in. If you're interested, certainly if you're from Jersey or if you're just into having more commercial mead on the market, there's not a whole lot of it. Look up Mellow Vino. Melovino, Mellow Vino on Kickstarter.com. You can also visit them online right now at mellovino.com and check them out. They're also on Facebook, facebook.com/mellovino mead. So check them out. They're a supporter of us already, and they're not even open yet. He's just trying to give back to the community that he's learned from, and we're happy to try to give him a hand. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Cap's here.
Labels
feedback.
here.
I gotta go.
Feedback.
Labels.
Jamel, you going to GABF?
Oh, yeah. And we're taking pretty much the whole crew, except for Liz. She's staying back to...
except for his lovely wife, who has to stay home and work.
Yeah, Chris going, Warren's going.
You know, every time I see Liz, she's not only the nicest woman, but she's worried about, not as worried about you as I am. I worry about you a lot. Every time I see you, you're just so tired. But she's worried about you, yet you leave her home to just work more.
Uh-huh.
We talk about you, we commiserate. We go, every time I see her, I go, what's with Jamil? Like, he looks like he's going to die every time I see him. And you've gotten better. Now that you're sleeping again, you actually look like a human being again. But for a little while, Liz and I were very concerned about you.
I'm glad to know that I actually look human now. Thank you. That's high praise.
This is what Liz and I do. We're like a sewing circle. We go, so how about that Jamil? I don't know. He's not looking too well today.
Can you believe he's not even sleeping all the way through the night?
I'll have you know, she's happy you're sleeping again. She agrees with me that you look better again. But we still worry about you. You spend all your time working.
And neither of you give me more sex. I look better. Not any more sex coming out of it.
Yeah, nothing changes. Might as well go back to where you were.
Right. I've got all this effort into looking better.
Not a thing changes.
See, effort's overrated. That's the lesson of the show.
That's the lesson of today. I put in just the right amount of effort.
Yeah.
Soon you could be president, too.
When's your birthday?
June.
It's got a long time to wait for sex.
Right. I might get lucky at Christmas. Who knows?
There you go.
We'll see.
All right, let's do some feedback, and you should know that feedback is brought to you today by our old friends over at Downtown Joe's. You can go to downtownjoes.com right now and check them out. You guys remember Colin Kaminsky? Our good friend over there, the mad scientist. You know, he's the author, along with our other friend, John Palmer, of the new Water book, available from Brewers Publications. But Downtown Joe's, after a brief hiatus, is back to support the Brewing Network, and they want to see you out at the brewery. And if any brewer that we've ever had on the show actually means it when he says, come really visit me at the brewery, you can brew with the guy, you can talk beer with him for hours. He wants you to taste and give him genuine feedback on his beers. This is not an exaggeration. Colin's the guy. He's your guy. He's like a homebrewer's friend.
He literally is a home brewer, but not a home brewing at home. Right. I mean, if you call his work his home, literally.
And even their brew system. Yeah. And he brews fantastic beer, but it's just a big copper homebrew system.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
In the nicest sense of the word.
Yeah. Go check out our friends at Downtown Joe's.
Oh my God!
You've got mail.
All right, in the feedback today, hey Brewcasters, thanks writes in. I stumbled across you guys about a year ago. Thanks. And have been hitting the archives pretty hard trying to catch up. I recently listened to the episode where Justin got up on his soapbox about people on Facebook talking to their dead relatives in the first person.
10 years ago today.
You left my life. Can you hear me, Mother?
There's that one. Those are the anniversary ones that people do. The dead ones are where people are like, you know, Dad,
I never got to tell you this.
I wish that I could tell you this right now. And they say it in the first person to Facebook, that Facebook becomes the intermediary between us and the dead.
Do you not have dead friends that still have a Facebook page? I do.
Yeah, I do. But I don't go post on it like on their birthday and go, Jim, how I wish I could just bring you a piece of cake for your birthday right now.
Every once in a while, I'll see Bill Brand's Facebook page swing by, and it's like, you haven't reconnected with Bill in a while. Huh, that's weird.
Wait a minute, how long...
Or him to me.
Yeah, I wonder why.
How long do these pages stay up after they die?
As long as you want them to.
Wow.
You have to
the
go
families keep them. I have a family member, and I'm not going to say who.
There you are.
Out of respect. But they keep up their dead family member's page. It's not my family member.
They maintain it.
It's by Mary. And one part of the family was going to bring it down. But the rest of the family were very upset about that because it's their place. It's the way they communicate with the dead through the thing.
What are having a Ouija
What's
board?
the guy's name who invented Facebook?
Mark Zuckerberg.
Do you think that Zuckerberg knew at the time? He's like, not only am I creating a way for us to connect socially, but with the dead as well,
and the unborn for that matter.
Yes.
Did Bevo's baby have a page before it was born?
Only Twitter.
No, but I'm sure. Oh, that's true. Twitter did, but I'm sure there was also, dear unborn child.
Yeah.
I can't wait for you to come into the world.
Yeah, and the profile pictures from the ultrasound.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I write this letter to you and hoping you'll read it in 24 years.
By the way, I always read the messages to the dead in some weird half English, half not voice. Hello.
Yeah, you're like Edgar Allan Poe or something.
Yeah, it's like the guy from Silence of the Lambs meets I don't know, another guy.
Lurch.
Yes.
Yes.
And if the baby's stillborn, then it goes from one annoying Facebook page to another. Goes straight to death.
It's a fucking double whammy.
That's the golden one right there.
That's the one that literally blows my mind. I explode on sight.
But we have to keep it going.
Okay, so that was the rant, reiterated. He writes it anyhow. So I was thinking about this. A very close friend to the family's dad passed away a couple of 2-3 days ago. And I log into Facebook and I see a post that a family member did that morning where she was talking directly to her dad, her dead dad. Well, because of you dicks, I didn't go thinking about how bad it makes me feel that she lost a loved one. Instead, first thing that cut in my mind was, yeah, this is kind of annoying, this whole fucking first-person dead thing. Cheers from Thanks.
We poisoned Thanks' mind.
I do feel like a dick like that. Thanks. You know, it was, who's our listener, the gay pastor?
Theo Brew.
Theo Brew.
Thank you. Theo Brew. He did make a good point that day.
Well, he didn't tell me he was gay.
Where he
doesn't
said
have to.
that mourning is not for the dead, it's for the living. And if that's what makes you feel good to write on a Facebook page, that he actually made a lot of sense. I was disappointed that he made sense, but he did. It's for the living. The problem is I still have to read it, and I find it odd.
Right.
I mean, when JP dies in a couple weeks,
well, we're still living.
I'm not going to write on his Facebook page. If I do, it'll be a dick joke. It's not going to be like, dear JP.
Well, it was for you, not for him.
I didn't spend much time with you when you were on this earth, and I'm happy about that.
And let me tell you why.
Yeah, it'll be so your family can read it. I would like to now go over all the things I found wrong with your life and the way you lived it.
Starting with A.
You know, now that you're gone, I can't help but feel if only you had made more friends, left your house more often, done less gaming.
Well, hold on now. This is getting personal.
You know, just a few things.
Yeah. One less chicken.
You might be my one exception. I might communicate with you via Facebook.
Well, you should. You should write on my wall. So, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in a while. What's going on? Did I do something to offend you?
What's up, bro? Where you been?
Call me back, asshole.
Yeah, you ass. All right, Jeremy writes in. By the way, what's Taryn up to? You know what I'm saying? Jeremy writes in, Dear Ass Clowns and Bevo.
Up to here.
This summer, I entered my first competition and pulled down a second-place finish in American Pale Ale. With an average score of 38.5.
American Black Pale Ale?
That's not a very high score, is it? 38.5.
No, that's good.
That's good.
It is
That's very good, actually.
Considering how many entries were in that cider.
Okay. The recipe I used was the Pale Ale recipe you guys brewed in the DVD, which is the Firestone Pale 31. All right. You can purchase the... Actually, it's not in our store right now, but it will be back there soon. Big thanks to you guys from Jeremy. You're welcome.
Thanks.
Todd writes in from Colorado. Hey, guys. I just wanted to write a message about some friends of mine doing a great thing at the Great American Beer Festival this year. Here in Denver, there are two breweries who had the same name for one beer, both Scottish ales. Tim Myers from Strange Brewing was visiting another brewery called Odyssey when he noticed a beer with the same name. Instead of creating a big deal, he handled it different. He challenged Odyssey, a friendly challenge, to a beer-off at GABF. The best beer, people's choice, wins bragging rights and the name. No court case, no lawyers, no bullshit. Class act on both their parts from Todd. All right. That's one way to
pretty good
to get through it. Yeah,
that's it. Well, wasn't Strange Brewing the ones that were caught up in the battle versus the homebrew shop?
Yes.
Strange Brew.
That's them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh,
so I think Strange Brewing knows firsthand what it's like to have to be litigated upon.
To have to litigate. So I had one this week. It's one that I'm not going to mention their name because they're
sensual.
They're going to be the first ones I think that are going to be dicks. I contacted them a year ago. It's a brewery, and they're using the Hop Grenade on their label. And of course, a listener sent it to me, and I contacted them like last June, and we went through this whole negotiation process, which essentially just said, look, I know you guys have probably purchased some materials, and as always, I don't want you to lose money. You have to stop using the Hop Grenade, if you would, please. But I'll let you sell everything you have on hand.
Very reasonable.
I'm not trying to fuck people over. They agreed. Well, a year goes by, and a listener sends me their beer label. Same label, Hop Grenade on it. Sends it to me this week, and I write back to the guy, oh, you know what, I think this must be an old photo or something you found on the internet. It's all taken care of. And he goes, no, I did this at a Brewfest last weekend.
Wow.
So I call the guy up, and he doesn't even apologize for he doesn't even say oh yeah, we changed our mind. He knows exactly who I am.
Yeah.
And I go, hey, I'm just checking in on this because we had agreed, and he never once says, yeah, we changed our mind, I just went ahead. I even pointed out, I was like, he gives me this whole line of questioning, and I go, it sounds to me like what you're saying is we got off the phone, and you said, yeah, never mind, I'm going to keep using it. That's what it sounds like. Well, you shouldn't assume that, I don't think our logos look alike, and he goes on and on. And I go, well, what do you mean I shouldn't assume that? Because you told me you were going to stop using it, and then you didn't.
Right.
It's going to be a whole thing. This one's going to be a mess. You're going to hear about it. It's going to be a mess.
They don't understand about the power of the Brewing Army, the Brewing Network's army.
So when the corporate jet flies into his front yard, will he know?
Well, this is the thing. And Jamel, correct me if I'm wrong.
Tasty walks out.
Before I even go, I don't want to be a lawyer dickhead, and I don't want to have to sick anybody on him. But the guy it's a small brewery, okay, in a small location. And he has kind of two choices. He could either be cool, in which case we'll interview him on the show, and 30,000 listeners are going to hear about him, and we're going to talk about how we negotiated, and he agreed not to use a Hop Grenade, and get a bunch of good publicity out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Or he could not, and before I go to lawyers, I'm going to tell the BN Army who the brewery is, and that they're using my logo, and that the guy's kind of being a dick.
And 30,000 people will hear about it and fuck with him.
And I don't want to be an asshole. I don't want to do that, but
your property.
And he goes, what he says at one point in the conversation? Well, I want to talk to the person who created this logo before any of us. I want to talk to the person who first used it and get permission. And I go, that's my point, man. You're talking to that person.
Yeah. It's a registered trademark.
I registered it in 2006. Nobody used it before you? Well, I wouldn't have gotten the trademark if somebody had, because the trademark they look, they search.
Well, and here's the thing: is no matter how generous and reasonable you are, trust me, no matter how kind you are to people and giving of yourself you are,
it's going to be a mess. There's
always those people out there that are just total dicks.
And then I'm the asshole, right?
And they'll try and make you out as the asshole.
Yeah.
No matter what you do. Yeah. And at some point, you either need to say, well, I don't care, I give up my trademark. The thing that, the brand is built around, that's your one choice.
Yeah.
Or you have to take action. That's your only two choices. Because if you don't...
It sucks.
The trademark is invalid if you don't defend it. There's a requirement where you have to take action.
Or I'm showing a precedent that I don't care about my trademark.
Right.
I tried to say all these things to this.
You just have to do it. And just,
because he brings up all these things. He's like, I'm the small guy. You're picking on the small. And I'm like, I started my company in a fucking garage, man. I get it. You have one little beer with a Hop Grenade on it.
Yeah.
I have an entire company built around, the logo. And by the way, I even said to him, I go, look, I didn't sick my lawyer on you. I didn't send over my trademark. I just politely a year ago let you know it was happening. And to my face, you said, okay, we'll stop using it. you didn't even do me the courtesy of calling me back and saying, you know what, we changed our mind. I think our logos are not similar. I'm going to keep using it. That's that. And it doesn't matter. You're right, Jamil. It doesn't matter what you do.
And no matter what you do, there's some people that'll just be dicks no matter what. You try and be nice. And
this one's going to get ugly. I got a feeling it's going to get weird.
That's why just don't be nice.
Yeah. But I don't want to do that. I want to...
Well, you already gave him the option of being nice. You extended an olive branch, and he was a dick to you. If you back down now, it's not going to be good. And if anyone else thinks you're being a dick because of it, they're an asshole because they would do the exact same thing.
Right.
Well, how do you think this guy would explain it? Like when he's talking to his friends and he's making you out to be the demon. What is he saying?
His comments were to the effect of, he did a whole bunch of poor me stuff. Like, I guess this is how the world works now. I'm not even in the same market as you. I'm not here. I'm not there. You don't even make a beer. And I just go, well, look, we are in the same market. I'm in craft beer. I've been promoting your craft beer family for 8 years.
The reason you can start
out of my own pocket, I don't know.
If he thinks that's true, then tell him to take the Twinkie Man, the Hostess Twinkie Man, and make a beer putting that label on it, and then they can talk to Hostess
because they're not in the same market.
We're not in the same market. Fuck this guy. Let's firebomb his house.
Do you think he would come on the show? I want to hear what he has to say. I want to hear him defend himself.
I'll invite him.
Do you want me to fight him?
I'm happy to invite him on the show, but I'm telling you, this one's not going to. I could tell by the conversation that this one's not going to end well.
Right.
It's going to be a mess. I've been waiting for this day. I'm not surprised by it. I'm just disappointed by it.
I think the next action you should take should be from your lawyer. You've already talked to him twice. You've given him almost a year.
I already talked to him. Yeah.
Don't even bother with it.
Do I sound like a father now, Jamil and Doc? I'm just disappointed.
I'm not mad.
In how
just
this
disappointed.
Well, Tasty and I had a little conversation before the show about people and intellect and
a lack thereof.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know what? Don't beat yourself up over it. It's about biz, and you owned it beforehand.
Yeah.
I like JP's thing about the Twinkie. Yeah, make a Twinkie beer and see what happens.
Right.
See what happens.
You're not in the same market. Well, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Well, anyway.
Absolutely not.
By the way, who's to say I won't be in the same market? Who's to say I'm not going to put out a Hop Grenade beer?
Or a Twinkie beer.
Or a fucking Twinkie beer.
Right.
You're in that market. We have listeners in every state and every country.
I like the part
markets.
where you're stepping on the little guy.
When he starts in with that stuff, he's like, I'm just going like, dude, I moved out of my fucking spare bedroom a year ago.
Right.
Half of my staff shows up starving. Don't talk to me about the little guy. I'm now the big guy.
You have more equipment. You have more invested in your equipment than I will have seen in 8 years of doing this fucking program.
Yes.
Right.
You can't even offer your staff dental insurance. Please.
Or myself, for that matter. I got my new Kaiser plan, and they offer me like for $26 a month, like dental insurance. I'm like, fuck no. Doc, what did you do? I'm not paying $26.
Yeah, I'm not accepting that bullshit anyway.
I got to talk to you about what you did.
I got screwed. Don't worry.
Yeah, okay,
What?
good. So did
everybody else.
Who could have seen that coming?
Let's not segue into that one. Please.
So let me ask you this. So I felt like now I know the answer to this question already.
Yeah.
Because I felt like writing a letter, and maybe this is me being a little self-righteous, but I felt like writing back to him because he asked for the weekend to think about it and how we might negotiate the terms, right? Which to me the terms are maybe I'll let you pay me to use it or you can't use it all. But here's my thought. That I would write him and say, listen, I am completely involved in your industry. I have been promoting breweries like you for free for years. I'm a member of the Brewers Association. I'm on the board. I broadcast so that small breweries like you who enter the GABF who can't afford to go to the GABF, I broadcast the awards ceremony so that people can watch it. You see what I'm getting at, Jamil. I feel like writing him to say, I'm not just some schmuck. I'm involved in this community. I've done good things for the business that you're in. And I'm just asking you to take a picture off of one of your bottles. It's not even your whole brand, but it is my whole brand. Could you do me a solid based on my resume? Because maybe you don't know these things. But that's all a waste of time, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, because here's what's going to happen.
Lawyer.
All right, so we had another brewery using one of our brands.
Yeah.
And, my whole goal in trademarking stuff is so nobody can stop me from using a brand.
Okay.
As we start building a brand, we start, have a name of a beer. We want to make sure we can continue to use it. So anything that we use, we get it clear. We get clear. We pay for clearance to make sure that nobody else is using it. No, we don't just Google search. Mm-hmm. Have an attorney that searches to make sure nobody else is using this in, beer and all that sort, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we do that, and then we go ahead and file and pay all the money and take all the time to file this thing and get a trademark on it. You know how much that costs and how long that takes, right?
Yeah.
So we get a trademark on it, and then we start using it. And my goal is nobody's ever going to come to me and say, you can't use that anymore because, we're using it. It's
okay.
Like, oh, okay, well, But we did run into a case where, we've run into some cases where people start using, our names for things. And we're like, hey, I don't know if you knew this. It's the same thing you're doing.
Right.
It's something where, is it important to you? And most people are reasonable. They go like, oh, no, I didn't realize. Yeah, it's no big deal. It's just the name of a beer in our pub. We'll just change it to something else. Who cares?
Okay.
But, we came across, other breweries where it was a significant part of their business. And so what we did was give them a license for free.
To use it.
Yeah. I paid for the attorney to draw it up.
Right.
Give them a free license to use it.
Okay.
Forever. And then...
Wow.
Some people, I guess, didn't get the memo or something, and somehow I'm a dick for doing that.
Wow.
That
for
I have
giving them
somehow
a free
screwed somebody by
unlimited license.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's what I'm kind of getting at. It doesn't matter what I do.
A real sour taste, to have gone the extra mile trying to be nice and, paying for the attorney to do all the things and make it all legal. Because you have to do this, otherwise your trademarks are invalid.
You could have just been a dick and had the same outcome.
Right, right.
They thought you were a dick.
Absolutely. So you don't have to you have to defend your trademarks, otherwise they're invalid. And then I would lose the right to then people could tell me tough, you can't use that.
Right. And that's my worry.
And that's my only thing is it's just like I want to be able to use it.
Yeah.
I don't want other people to stop me from using it, so I have to make these calls and say, hey, do you mind? It's okay.
Right.
And if they're like, hey, this is an important part of my business, then it's like, okay, well, here's a free license to go ahead and use it. And then you're still a dick. So it doesn't matter what you do. People are going to say, well, he was a dick because, he gave
licensed it to me
for free.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what I did. I issued this company a license to sell everything they had on hand because they had spent about $10,000 in like glassware and some different stuff. Wow. And I was like, I don't want you to lose that. I'm not trying to. I will issue you a license because I have to show that I care and I've protected my brand. And then you can sell all that stuff. You just have to stop using it.
Right.
Well, they just did whatever.
Yeah.
How am I going to keep buying Porsches and getting all the dental work I want?
Exactly.
And,
and stepping on the little guy.
Yeah. How am I going to keep that up?
You're kind of an asshole. I might get a job at this guy's brewery.
You should. Oh, I would love it. Maybe I'll make him a trade. I'll tell you what. I will give you JP. You just give me back my hop grenade.
But there's no
Where
bargain. No bargain there at all.
I'm worth way less than that.
He's on the other side of the country.
Okay.
You'll hear about it because I know this one's going to be ugly, so everyone will know who he is.
God.
All right, let me get through the rest. Just a couple more here. I'm sorry. It was a fucking 2 hours of my life spent trying to be nice. When you're right, I should have just given it to my lawyer, and then it's no big deal. Then I go on about my business. He still thinks I'm a dick. Same.
If it matters, there was that beer that was brewed at Triple Rock using our logo and name, Hop Grenade.
Those fuckers.
So. You gave that to them, though.
Well, yeah,
without asking. I should have sued you.
You should have, but all I'm saying is he's wrong. We've brewed a beer with that logo and name.
Can you go on our Facebook page right now and insult yourself for stealing our logo?
I'll do it right now.
Please.
Can you give him a license after that?
Yes. All right, here we go. Just a couple more. Sent from my iPhone writes in, hey, Justin, it's not Worcester, Mass. It's frickin' Worcester. He wrote it Worcester, Mass.
Yeah.
So, all right.
You say it.
Fine.
They spell it.
Worcester, Mass. It's not fine. It's not Worcester.
No.
All right, that's fine. It was the same when I did Raleigh or whatever.
You're from like
the East Coast, but I don't. But I've left them behind. I don't care about them anymore.
Obviously, you spent too much time in the desert.
Actually, I loved our East Coast friends when we went to Philly and New York, but other than that, I've left them behind. Sent from my small Asian boy, email writer writes in, blah, 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 entered my local fair, and out of 6 entries, I received 3 first places and 2 seconds. Wow. Yeah.
It's a winner if I've ever seen it.
Thanks for the great info, interviews, and shenanigans. Group Suck It from Ian. Oh, didn't even single you out, JP. So that's nice.
Oh, so he did. Right. There wasn't 6 entries in the fair. He had 6 entries.
Yeah, that's what
okay, I was thinking it was a 6-entry fair.
Oh, that's what I thought too. Let's see.
Yeah, I
entered my local fair, and out of I received. Okay, right. Because I thought that too, which is why I laughed at him.
He beat himself up really 2 out of 3 times.
I mean, I could be proud of that, but nobody else really should. Yeah, okay, sorry. Thank you for clearing that up, Jamil. Poor guy. Got sort of half of a thank you.
I think everybody got it but you, Justin.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Okay, Suze, who's on the phone, and do I have to take it?
It'd be nice if you took it because he's been on hold for like hella days.
Hell of them.
Is it Pollock Pines?
No.
Is it Dominic from Idaho?
From Idaho.
Oh, Dominic's got feedback. All right. Dominic, what's happening, brother?
Hey, bud.
How are you, man? You got some feedback for us?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on something. I ordered some stickers from you guys.
Oh, boy.
And I was...
He's going to get
a dial tone? I got it. I got them in the mail, and I was excited, and I went to my car.
Technical difficulties.
Oh, you meant to hit the Inagata Davida, didn't you?
Actually, I meant to hit the dial tone but not hang up on him, but I hung up on him at the same time.
Wow, you stepped on the little guy again.
Shit.
Poor caller.
All right, Dominic, call back. I'll listen to every word you have to say.
You dick.
That was my fault.
You dick.
Call back. Tell him to call back, Susie.
Such a dick.
If he's in the chat room.
Call the customer service number, will you?
I forgot to hit the hold button before I gave him the dial tone.
Right. You're out of practice, young man.
I am out of practice.
You're a professional.
It's we haven't done Drunk of the Week calls in so long. Right. I don't know how to use the phone system.
Maybe it should be you.
Oh, shit. What do you think he was going to say? What did you fuck up, JP?
No, he said he got him and he went to put him on his car and and he flatlined, I guess. He had a heart attack and died.
That's probably him.
Is he back? Poor guy. Why don't we do Twitter game while we're waiting?
Wait another
You want
hour.
to do the labels first, or you want to do Twitter game?
Is that Dominic?
Yep.
All right, let's do Dominic. Sorry, Dominic. That literally. I mean, it was an accident.
Pick up right where you left off.
That was just distasteful, man.
All right, so you got your stickers, you put them on your car, and then what?
No, I was going to put them on my car. I was looking for that right spot, and when it hit me that I'm a fucking total douchebag. Because, it's a BN Army sticker, and I've been listening to you guys for, about a year now. I've been sitting at work, you guys' podcast, kind of... yeah.
I'm just kidding. You're still here. I did it right that time. Don't worry. Go ahead.
No, I've been listening to you guys' podcast for like a year at work when I'm doing mundane tasks, and I'm out here putting a BN Army sticker on my car, and I have donated shit to you guys. So I just donated. I'm a corporal. I'm a poor guy, but I did my best. $5 is about all I can afford.
Dude, corporal's a bunch of cash. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, I really, you guys have helped me through the day at work. I mean, at the end of the day, I want to kill myself, all the crap I have to do. I'm a carpenter.
All right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do right now, because you sound very depressed. But you're donating $5. I'm going to give $1 of it to Tasty. $1, Tasty.
I want that every month, by the way.
That's tip money.
And just because of the kill myself comment, I'll give $1 to JP. He'll appreciate that.
Oh, thank you.
Nice.
I'm keeping the other two guys. That's okay, right? Thank you.
Actually, these serial numbers are all wrong. I can't take these.
You can't take that $1.
If you're keeping those $2, that means I only owe you $38.
That's for being here, for allowing you to be here. Okay. So thank you for supporting us. We appreciate that.
No, I really, you guys, Justin, you've created something that I think is phenomenal. You guys are awesome, and I really appreciate what you guys are doing. And I think you're awesome, man.
Thanks, bro. Thank you for the phone call. Appreciate it. And cheers. Thank you for your support.
Why do you got to step on the little guy, even on the phone?
I know. We have a Drunk of the Week call, Suze?
One guy, he called earlier, and I told him that there's no drunk of the week.
I'll take calls if they're drunk.
And then all of a sudden he calls back and says that was probably a trick question.
What is his name?
His name is, I think, Richard from Burbank.
Dick, what's happening?
Whoa, how's it going?
How are you, brother?
Motherfucker. I'm doing okay.
Spilt your beer, didn't you?
I'm doing all right. Oh, I'm barbecuing. Tri-tip.
Sounds like it burns when you pee.
At 9 o'clock at night?
What's that?
At 9 o'clock at night, you're barbecuing.
Yeah, well, I got off work, and
I hit puberty.
I was thinking, hey, I got off early. I'm going to go for drunk of the week.
Yeah?
I'm going to go hard. I'm going hard.
Sounds like it. sort of breathing like it.
What?
Never mind.
You got to get the webcams.
Oh, they're letting you around like hot instrumentation?
He sounds kind of like
Sounds like he's fucking his wife.
I was told that you guys haven't done that in months.
It's been a while.
Is that true?
Wife?
That's true, yeah.
We dropped it.
Yeah, and Justin's still angry about it, too.
Well, I was just... It got boring, you know.
Oh,
And
that's
angry.
fucked up, man. Come on. I've got a medal hanging in my little beer area, my sanctuary.
Oh, see?
For drunk of the week. That's my pride and joy.
It's worth more now.
Yeah.
Now that it's been eliminated as a contest, you've worth more. Are you
fucking contest?
Set something on fire, and I'll give you drunk of the week. You're in front of your barbecue?
Shit. What's that? Yeah. No, I am. Yeah.
Find something valuable in your backyard, like a good lawn chair or something. Just fucking torch it.
Or a barbecue gift.
Oh, Jesus. No, I can't. No. My girlfriend's saying no, I cannot. No.
Wife in the background.
They're really,
Maybe
they're made
Casey
out
was
of
right
bronze.
about that.
I can't do it.
Cut your hair off and light that on fire.
I don't have any hair. I have very little hair.
Cut your wife's hair.
I'm thinking, okay, I have some braided fishing line.
No.
That's worth like $60.
That's no
I'll
good.
light that shit on fire.
How about light your wife on fire?
She's not my wife. She's my girlfriend. She doesn't deserve that yet.
You'll never miss. She doesn't deserve it yet.
Here, have her cut the lawn and then put that on fire.
I'm sorry.
Hey, light her on fire while she's cutting the lawn.
All right, if you have your wife mow the lawn right
Her
now,
lawn.
I'll give you drunk of the week.
Well, I don't have a lawnmower. I have people do that for me.
Yes! Yeah, he's in L.A. You think a white guy's going to cut his lawn?
Well, why should we give you drunk of the week?
Because I came home, I drank, what was it, like 4 shots of the hop vodka from Sierra Nevada Anchor Steam. Who makes that? Who makes it?
Sierra Steam.
I drank like
It is Anchor.
3 pints of homebrew and a shot of Elijah Craig 12-year-old bourbon. In less than 1 hour, I'm getting, here's the bottle. Here we go.
You're probably
okay,
getting
this
drunk.
is like the strongest shit I had. It's 45%.
How old are you?
Anchor Distilling.
How old are you, Dick?
Blow it on the grill.
23 years of age.
23.
Blow it on the
And
tri-tip.
I'm abusing the shit out of my young liver.
How old's your girlfriend?
It's so swollen. What?
How old's your girlfriend?
And just the same age.
17.
Yeah. She has a school day tomorrow, so she has to go home soon.
It's getting
that's
late.
not at all accurate.
I have to write a note for her to miss first period.
We haven't got a topless picture in a while. Have her send in a topless picture. We'll give you drunk of the week.
We're back to our old shenanigans.
Picture?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, well, your girlfriend's not very supportive.
I'll put her on the phone.
Come on, it's a lot better than us lighting you on fire.
Why would
if you think about it?
Why would we want to talk to your girlfriend when we can go home and get bored with ours? That doesn't sound exciting to me. Here, I'll let you talk to my girlfriend. Why?
I cannot listen to my own girlfriend.
Yeah, so she can tell me to do the dishes 4 times? Sounds awesome.
Yeah.
That's right, Jamil was looking at me like that when I was talking about Liz. He hasn't heard a word she said in years. I was like, she's really worried about you.
She is?
Really? He doesn't know. All right, whatever. You're drunk of the week. Thanks,
Yeah,
man.
great.
All right. Richard is drunk of the week, ladies and gentlemen. He's the
for
first
Richard.
one in a long time.
I'll say this. I was drunk of the week a long time ago. I never got my medal. And if I did, I would proudly display it at the brewery.
Do we have a medal
with all
here?
other awards we get?
Really?
We proudly display the BN Army Drunk of the Week.
Are you going to frame it like you do your other awards?
Absolutely.
Are you
Really?
gonna frame it?
Get this man his Drunk of the Week
There you
award.
go.
Done.
Ours are pretty nice too. I think they're
better than GABF. Maybe I need to.
I mean, I wouldn't wear it
focus
for too
more
long.
on those.
It'll turn you green.
GABF.
But yeah, I think it will get you just as much prestige if that's what you mean,
if not more.
If by prestige you mean like Lucky in the Sack, then give me 10 of them.
Well, I just think that every BN Army, like hardcore BN Army fan who comes in the brewery and they're like looking down the list, GABF, and then they get to that, they go, no shit. Drunk of the Week. That's the one they're going to remember.
I want to put it up.
All right, we're getting you your medal before you leave here tonight.
I think you should have a bigger frame.
I probably have to buy that then.
Oh, yeah.
Those are expensive. There's a frame shop next door.
Yeah.
Let's break in tonight.
Could be months then before we get a frame.
Yeah, on our way out.
You're never getting a frame out of it.
I'm having the mail guy ship my stuff back from GABF.
Uh-oh.
Am I stupid for doing that?
Yeah.
Only if you want it to come back. Yes.
Well, I don't need it in a rush, and I just tend to think good things about people. I'm giving them a chance. I'm giving them another chance.
A whole month's okay?
Yeah, I don't need the stuff. It's fine.
Good things about people that don't work directly for you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys, I could give a shit.
Right.
I really don't need a microphone. I'm good.
Well, now that's different. I got to buy that's going to take a while. You're not going to have a microphone for months either.
Well, hey, how about you ship this out and when it comes back it doesn't work? Oh.
You know, I would have to take one less trip to Europe. I would have to take, I don't know,
one less vacation a month. That would be terrible.
to get your microphone back up and running. And I just don't know that I'm willing to do that, Doc.
Well, you know, yeah, you can't get that whale status in Vegas just taken away from you like that.
That's right. Yeah, when I show up in my Volkswagen.
Your white suit.
All right, real quick, all of your recipe needs will be met by our good friends over at Beersmith. Go to beersmith.com right now and get your free 21-day trial. And
all that jazz.
Yeah, and it'll rock your world. Believe me. If you're using that old software, it's going to blow your mind when you use some actually supported, up-to-date software. Has all the features that you need. If you have trouble, there are video tutorials on beersmith.com to teach you how to do it. You can email the man directly. His name is Brad, and he's a good guy, and he will answer you personally and help you fix the problem that you're having. Do all of your brewing needs on brew day and before with Beersmith brewing software. Go to beersmith.com right now. Get your free 21-day trial. Doc did his badass decoction brew in the Roggen beer.
It made it effortless.
And it actually did the calculations for you. So, beersmith.com. Go check it out right now.
Yes.
Real quick, we have a Brewcaster Challenge, the label competition.
Yes.
Which, as you might remember, I have been I am the undefeated champion so far with my labels.
Will that come to rest today? I don't know.
Let's find out. I know that some of you in the chat room went to vote. If you want to look at them at home, it's grogtag.com/BNArmy. There you go. And you can look at all the past labels. Actually, no, it's just the current ones now, isn't it?
No, you can go. BNArmy, it has all the challenges, and you can go through the various ones. They're still up there.
Okay. So right now, I'm in the Moscow versus Jamil challenge. I'm going to go to labels made for Moscow right now. I see 3 of them. One is Black Jew PA. Went right for the Jew thing. Can I click on it and get a bigger picture? Oh, God. And it's a very creepy picture of a ginger Jew with some jacked up teeth.
Yep. With a yarmulke on or whatever.
He's got the skull cap, and you know that there's a name for he's got the super long sort of sideburny hair flowing. There's a name for that. They're called peos.
Oh, thank you.
Of course you'd know that. Yeah.
Doc, on a scale of 1 to 10, how fucked up are those teeth right there?
Can you make it bigger?
So real quick. I can't. That's as big as it gets. All right.
I can see them from here, so those are pretty big.
If you hold down Control and you scroll your wheel up or whatever, you'll make it bigger.
My kid just taught me that.
Oh, there we go.
Mine just did, too.
There you go. How about that?
That's fucked up.
They're pretty bad. Give me a number. Scale of 1 to 10.
It's about 3 years worth of orthodontics.
I'll give him a 8.
Okay.
Yeah,
he won't have those teeth by 40.
So you're saying there's a chance. All right. Black Jew PA.
It's because Jews go to med school, not dental school.
And then at the bottom it says, because all I am to you people is a stereotype.
Nice. All right. The next one up is Black Guy PA. Black Guy PA. There's a party in every glass. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
It says 12 inches instead of 12 ounces. And there's a picture of a dude.
You just got to go. You can't even describe it.
Is that Terrence?
Yeah, he's having a party.
That's Terrence, isn't it?
It might be Terrence. And
that's our friend Racist Johnson on Facebook.
There you go. Black guy, PA. Yep. And the third one, again, this is still Moscow's labels. Ginger Basic is what it's called. It's what's that first word? Oh, burnt ginger.
Black IPA.
Black IPA. It's got a creepy picture of a ginger. I hope that's not anybody I know.
That's me as a kid.
And following the ginger insults, Ginger Basic. All right, out of the 3 labels we have for Moscow's beer, which one won?
Well, I will tell you that which one won is number 2.
Yeah!
Black IPA. Is that you, Jay?
Once again, undefeated.
Yep.
I still have another label to go. Yes, I created Black Guy PA. 12 inches.
Coming in, that's with 44% of the voting.
Wow.
And then coming in at a distant second is number 1, Black Jew PA.
I was worried about that one. I
with
thought
a 29% one. That was mine.
That was yours.
Yes.
And who did? Susie?
Susie, right on my heels with 25% is the burnt
number 3.
ginger.
Mm-hmm. Wow. I couldn't be prouder of myself.
Maybe you've missed your calling, Jay, as a graphic designer.
Yeah.
You know what it is? I'm just good at stealing other people's things, is what it appears to be.
My lawyer's talking to you for that.
Yeah. I do make up the names myself. It's just the logos.
Right.
Okay, let's go on to labels made for Jamil so we can get out of here. All right, the first one is called Jamil's Black as Fuck IPA. And it appears to be a picture of Jamil, but done in blackface.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm looking at?
Yeah, it looks like it.
And it says, I have shit to do. Can we hurry this up?
You think my dick would be bigger in that picture there.
Right.
It is. We just can't see it.
And then at the bottom, instead of specs on the beer, like how many ounces and what the ABV is, it says, I win, you lose. Jamil's Black as Fuck IPA.
You do make a handsome black man.
I think so.
I'll tell you what, I like this label. It's a good
pretty
looking.
solid.
It's a good looking label.
Using that one at Heretic.
Black as fuck. I'll take a glass of Black as fuck. All right. The next one up in the lineup is called Boil Schmoil. Black IPA, and it clearly has a costumed Hasidic Jew on the photo.
Clearly.
There's verbiage that says...
I got it. Boil, we don't need no stinking boil. I outbrew Moscow in my sleep.
There we go. Boil Schmoil Black IPA. That's all right. Okay, and the last one has a fantastic picture of Jamil as the Pope. It's called Jamil Pope. And what does the bottom say, JP?
Darkness under the cloak.
Okay, that's a good name.
That's a good name.
This one should win based on the name. The photo's real good, but Darkness Under the Cloak.
That's pretty good.
An awesome name.
Sounds like a dungeon I ran in D&D a couple months ago.
All right, give us the winner. Number 1, number 2, or number 3.
This one was pretty close. I will say between number 1 and number 3.
Was the closeness?
Was the closeness factor.
Yeah.
Number 1 is the winner with 36% of the voting.
Wow.
Damn it!
Oh, that wasn't you?
Finally got unseated!
Wow.
Ah!
Who was it?
I was on such a roll.
That was me.
Jamil's Black as Fuck IPA. Yeah. Well done, JP.
Well, as soon as I heard, I win, you lose, I knew who it was.
And then number 2 came in with 29% of the voting, and then number 3, Darkness Under the Cloak, was 34%.
Wow.
Which one was you, Jay?
Boil Schmoil. Yeah.
You know how long it took me to Photoshop that fucking goddamn... I sat and looked at your face for 2 fucking hours, Jamil.
How many filters did it take to get Jamil in blackface?
It's tough. As you can see, he just looks like a suntanned Miami.
Yeah, he just looks like Tubbs.
Basically, yeah. So I couldn't really... I watched the creepy tutorial. Some guy took Obama and made him like a more Caucasian guy.
Oh, man.
It was freaky.
See, I don't go to all that trouble. That's a lot of effort. And I thought about doing a blackface one. Even though both of mine were fairly racist, I felt that blackface would be over the line.
But that's not blackface. I literally changed his skin color. I turned him into a black man.
So that's different.
That's not racist.
Because it's not blackface. It's literally now his skin is black.
I do believe that of all of these labels, the one that should be kept on Grog Tag is yours. Jamel's Black as Fuck IPA. All right.
I still like Under the Cloak.
If you ever produce an IPA, Jamel, there you go.
Oh, yeah, I'm telling you, I like that. I like that label, JP.
Thanks. We'll talk royalties when it hits the market.
I think we have that one in the line.
All right. Last but not least, Twitter game, please. Let's get out of here. I got work to do.
You sure? Yeah. All right. So the Twitter game was what would happen if the BN took a work furlough or whatever I called it.
Shut down.
If we all got shut down, right?
I don't know. I'd still get paid. I know that.
What?
Oh, sorry.
I'd be still pulling in that same awesome salary.
Right.
Did I say that out loud?
More like awesome salary. So Levi Stewart says Doc and his weirdo BN Army friends would take over just so Doc would still have a reason to be drunk on Sundays.
Could happen.
I don't need no reason.
Weirdo BN Army friend. Blobber Gleeby Glooby says he would design retarded memes and post them on Facebook and change abso-fucking-lutely nothing by doing so. Sugar Valley Brewer writes, we would have to listen to the shows we saved on our thumb drive to hear Bevo's voice and dream about her ass.
Man. I dreamt about Nicole's ass last night.
Yeah?
I'll save the story for Nathan, but it was disturbing.
We should call him. He's probably done melting faces by now.
I felt like a jerk. That's why I woke up feeling like a jerk.
That's not how you woke up feeling like.
You're right.
I woke up feeling like a jerk.
Woke up feeling the jerk.
I woke up with a giant boner feeling like a jerk.
Right.
Carry on.
Marcus writes, none of the brewcasters would receive their weekly paychecks. Martinez economy would collapse.
He has a good grip on
the Martinez economy.
State of affairs, yeah.
Austin writes, Bevo might actually be nice. You know? And then some guy called Jason says there would be a lot more shitty beer in the world to drink.
That's
it.
Okay. Well, Jason's being honest and sincere.
He's being honest and sincere.
You feel cold-hearted.
I feel like maybe once in our life we should reward for that. However, I like the Martinez guy.
I like the Martinez guy. I like Sugar Valley. I also like Levi with Doc and his weirdo friends.
No.
Martinez.
All right, let's vote on Martinez guy or nice guy. If it's nice guy, raise your hand. That's to Doc. Look at him.
Right.
And Martinez guy, raise your hand. There we go. That's our winner of the Twitter game.
Marcus, email me your shirt size, your wife's shirt size, and any other applicable measurements.
Black as fuck IPA, son! All right, let's get out of here. There's no show next week, but don't worry, there's tons of content coming from the GABF. We'll be broadcasting live from the Brewers Studio Pavilion from Thursday through Saturday, including the GABF Awards ceremony. So go over to thebrewingnetwork.com/GABF. Plus, if you're signed up to our Twitter and Facebook accounts, you'll be getting updates all week long about when shows air and how to watch them. So come see us out at the GABF. I know Jamil will be there. Heretic will be there. How many beers did you enter into the competition, Jamil?
I don't know. I think 8 or 10, something like that.
Nice.
Whatever the limit was.
All right.
Threw all the shit in there. Oh, yeah. You can get the Black as Fuck IPA. I expect that to win an award.
Yeah.
Get it at the booth.
Can't wait to announce that one.
Oh, yeah.
I expect that as well.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Charlie Papazian.
Next up
Black
for
as Fuck?
Black as Fuck IPA. I think it's called Black as Fuck IPA. It's like the lady who read off the names of the pilots.
We too blick.
Yeah. We too low.
Ding dang ow.
Fook me. Black as Fook IPA. All right. We'll see Heretic out there. You'll see us out there. Come meet us at the booth. Tasty will be there taking virginity and photographs.
Signing tits and...
Stickers, buddy. Stickers.
I got
Stickers is what he meant to say.
Oh, I will tell you, I do have some more of the Black as Fuck IPA at the brewery.
Oh, you do?
If somebody was to come by, some listener came by and wanted to taste it.
And take it all.
I could provide a taste of that.
Is the secret password Black as fuck.
Black as fuck. Just say I want to taste the black as fuck.
You realize that during the week that you're gone, people are going to be coming up to Liz going, hey, black as fuck.
I'm black as fuck.
Wink, wink.
She's like, I don't understand.
He's going to be like,
Well, if we can get that Drunk of the Week medal up there, all they got to do is touch it.
And
then somebody gives them that.
A little window opens.
Doc, how much more black could it get?
None.
Thank you.
None more black.
All right, Jim. Jip, are you ready? All right, we're out of here. We'll see you at GABF. Congratulations once again to Scott. Thanks, Jamil, for spending a couple minutes on this project. And Zeus, thanks for rocking the chat room. We're out of here. We'll see you later.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. If you cannot get enough of cats, Disneyland, and self-hatred, follow JP on Twitter at Major Jip. Scott's on Twitter as well when he's not painting seascapes. Follow him at Moscow Paints. For some good beer insight and homebrew info, follow Nate Smith at Nathan Homebrew and Mike McDowell at Tasty McD. Production director on the session has been Push Eject. Tonight's show has been produced by Scott Moskowitz. JP did not, in fact, die last week. Your chat moderator and group sex porn lover has been Susie, and your host was Justin Crossley. Be sure to find the Brew Network on Facebook and Twitter.